here in the Golden Age of Egypt. We drifted off into Scottish masonry, whose sublime philosophical and theosophical teachings emanated from the greater mysteries of ancient Egypt, whose esoteric teachings were identical with the Indian and Mazdean of prehistoric ages. Early the next morning we took our breakfast and started out on our way to examine the celebrated temples of Luxor and Karnak, so we landed upon the river bank and made our way direct to the temple of Luxor. I erst visited this temple many years ago with my father when I was a boy. I again visited it some years ago, on my return from India, at which time it was very difficult to move around in, for it was at that day literally filled with mud hovels of the Arabs, and it was nearly impossible to see anything at all whatever of the building proper, for it was a veritable village in itself containing a mosque. It was a very dirty village at that time, with very narrow filthy lanes or alleys through which to walk, amid stables, hen roosts, and pigeon houses that were plastered up against beautiful sculptured walls. There was so much confusion that I could not, under any circumstances, find out anything at all whatever in relation to the original plan of this especial part of the building, but today it is very much different, thanks to Professor Maspero, M. Griebot and others, who have changed it most wonderfully. For they certainly had a very difficult task in clearing the temple of these Arab invaders. They at first positively refused to sell their homes, or mud hovels in which they lived, and leave the temple. After long and tiresome negotiations were they induced to sell their mud houses and quit. There was one man, Mustafa Aga, the British consul, who had built his consular residence between the columns of Hormuz, directly facing the river, and when he was approached in relation to buying him it, he asked them such an enormous price for his place, that it was simply impossible to do anything with him. He was a good kindly old fellow, and very hospitable. For his house was ever open to all travelers, but there was one thing that he was very peculiar about, and that was the selling of his home. It was not until this old fellow died that they were enabled to remove his residence from between the columns. Over 40 other families had been bought out and got rid of, in one way or another, who rebuilt their homes upon the land that had been allotted to them. The little native mosque gave them far more trouble than any other thing in the temple, but /H and Y Contin eat in the good work until the year 1886, when they cleared the temple of the dirty accumulations of these people, whom they had bought out, until all that remained as evidences of their occupation was the little mud mosque. After the resignation of M. Maspero, M. Griebot succeeded him, and followed up the work of the restoration of the temple. Anyone who had visited it at the time I did, some years ago, would not today recognize it as the same building, for the dirty mud hovels, and accumulations of centuries have been removed from around the columns, clear down to the original pavement. During the performance of this work they discovered beneath the rubbish of the temple, quite a number of magnificent colossal statues of Ramses II, in beautiful polished red granite. The traveler who goes there today will see the ruins of a most magnificent temple of exquisite design and beauty, second only to that of the Grand Temple of Karnak itself, of which this was originally the gateway, as it were, to the most stupendous building ever erected by the hand of man, the Temple of Karnak. One can very readily recognize the principal entrance, or pylon at Luxor, on account of the obelisk and colossi at the gateway. The companion stone to this remaining obelisk stands today in the famous Place de la Concorde. It was presented to the French government by Mohammed Ali, and it cost them over £1,000,000 to take from Luxor, and set it up in Paris, which was done in the year 1836. This stone is 77 feet high, and about 7 feet square at the base. The one still in situ measures about 84 feet in height, and 7 feet 6 inches square at the base. The pictures on the front of the towers represent battle scenes. The first hall that we enter is about 108.6 feet, by 168 feet. Upon the walls are historical representations of Egyptian victories, etc. A colonnade of about 170 feet long, connects this hall with another one, that is not quite so large as the first one. As we continued our journey, we at length found ourselves out of the temple at the west gate, standing facing the river, and the remains of a stone quay of the Roman age. We spent the day in this most extraordinary temple examining the various chambers, sanctuaries, columns, sculptures, etc., and were deeply interested in all we saw. It is so very difficult to describe the magnificence of these beautiful ruins, but you, I hope, will be enabled to get some idea of its beauty not only from my description, but from many of the illustrations of this temple of Luxor and Karnak. We returned to our dahabeah tired and wear-carried, and after dinner we smoked and chatted of what / ampersand had seen. Our sailors went ashore to visit the crew of another dahabeah, and assist them in a grand fantasia. And we could hear their voices and recognize their songs until we dropped off to sleep. In the morning we landed at Luxor and hired donkeys, starting out along the avenue of sphinxes, that begins at the lone obelisk and extends for about 2 miles, from one temple to the other. We rode slowly down this avenue for more than a mile when the road turned slightly to the left. And we saw before us the P3 lawn of Ptolemy III Euergetus I, through which we passed, and pushed on to the little temple of Ramses III. We did not stop here, only for a very short time, just peeped in, and turning sharp to the left we kept on, now toward the river, then to the right again until we arrived at another avenue of ram-head sphinxes. At length we found ourselves before the main entrance of this wonderful temple of Karnak. We now dismounted and stood before it in awe and admiration, for we were now at the threshold of this most stupendous and magnificent gateway of the grandest temple that was ever raised by the hands of man. One of the enormous towers is very nearly perfect, and its dimensions were 370 feet broad, by 142 feet 6 inches high, with a depth of about 50 feet, so you can imagine what an enormous propylon it must be. One can readily make the ascent to the top, from which they may obtain a beautiful view of the surrounding country, and all of these wonderful ruins. What a sight the avenue of mutilated sphinxes must have been in the glorious days of ancient Egyptian splendor, before they were ravaged by the hand of time, or by those disreputable image breakers whose vandalism is visible throughout the whole of the land of Egypt. No pen can describe the magnificence, vastness, and exquisite sculptures of this stupendous temple in its mutilated grandeur, as I saw it some few years ago. It must be seen to be fully appreciated and properly understood, for in no part of the world is there anything to compare with its magnitude and beauty, the splendor of which no man can describe. We now passed through this enormous gateway and entered the outer court to the temple. It is 275 feet deep by 338 feet wide, with a row of columns on each side, supporting a roof, of each forms a regular corridor on both sides of the court, excepting where the temple of Ramses III projects into it. Through the south wall. At the end of this court we passed through another enormous gateway beautifully adorned with bas-reliefs and found ourselves in the celebrated hypostyle hall, the wonderful hall of columns, the most beautiful and magnificent of its kind in the world today. It is 170 feet long by 339 feet wide, whose roof is supported by 134 most stupendous columns, 12 of which are 12 feet in diameter and 62 feet high, the other 120-2 are 9 feet in diameter and 42 feet high, and all of them beautifully sculptured with kings, gods, etc., blazoned with royal names and emblems of all kinds. The immense stone beams that run from column to column are fully 26 feet long. I will not attempt to go into details in my description of this most magnificent temple, although as I stood among this forest of columns I seemed bewildered, and astonished, so much so that I could not find words wherein to express myself regarding this most marvelous building. On my return from India I camped in this temple, and lived here within its sacred precincts for weeks, during which time I have carefully examined the various points of interest, in the vicinity, but more especially this temple itself I have wandered from court to court, ever finding something new in every part of its pillared halls and corridors. I have at times stood, lost in admiration and wonder, beneath the shadows of its enormous columns and gazed up to their capitals whose summits rose nearly 70 feet above me. 6 of our party, with outstretched arms, attempted to encircle some of these columns, but without success. This was my last visit to this celebrated temple, and I still found many things. Hypostyle hall of the Gya Temple of Karnak, that were new to me and which filled me with astonishment. For hours I rambled eagerly around among the ruins, lost in admiration of its magnitude and its mutilated grandeur. I realized that I stood within the walls of the grandest specimens of architectural design and beauty that have ever been executed by the hands of man, whose walls, columns, and pylons represent the torn, soiled, and ragged pages of the records of the most glorious dynasties of ancient Egyptian history. Tired with our investigations, we turned away very reluctantly, and remounting our donkeys rode back toward Luxor, deeply impressed by what we had seen, having spent the whole day in very carefully measuring and examining the various parts of this most extraordinary building. Luxor now has lost its charm for us, and Karnak is the dominant chord, for we talked of it, we thought of it, we dreamed of it, and even today in memory I can still see the depth of its shadows, and the dazzling light playing upon its pillared halls and glorious sculptures. From every point of view, or at any time, whether by the effulgent rays of a midday sun at eventide or even under the rays of the glorious moon, Karnak is at its best majestic, silent, and impressive. We at length arrived at the bank of the river, and were rowed to our dahabeah, depositing our notebooks and traps in the cabin. We then strolled up to the post office and received 2 letters from home, and just as we returned the gong rang out the dinner hour. After which we informed Hassan that we were ready to proceed on our journey in the morning, if the wind should be in our favor. He told us that there was nothing that he needed, and that he had supplied himself abundantly for our journey southward. I spent the whole of the evening in writing letters and fixing up my notes, and retired early to sleep and rest, hoping for a favoring breeze in the morning. Since I last visited this celebrated temple, the French government has undertaken the restoration of this most stupendous building, and while they were endeavoring to execute the work in hand, M. Lazany found one of the ancient city gates, a very valuable discovery, and said to be the first of its kind ever found in this country. It has upon it the date of the 18th dynasty. There are quite a number of new discoveries now being brought to light that will be of great importance, not only to the Egyptologist, but to the Masonic student. Ceremonies initiation B'idaq registered Ransanti equals Ration Jake Steph, language. Bao poor, how rich, how abject, how akfust, bao complicate, how wonderful, is man. Bao passing wonder he who made him such. Mo centered in our Ma has such strange extremes. From different natures marvelously mixed, connection exquisite of distant worlds. Distinguished link in being's endless change, a midway from nothing to deity. Beam ethereal, sullied, and absorbed. Chuff sullied and dishonored, style divine. Dim miniature of greatness absolute. An heir of glory. A frail child of dust. Belpix immortal. Insect infinite. Worm. A 6 od. One tremble at myself, and in myself am lost. Home, a stranger, chuffed wanders up and down, surprised, aghast, and wondering at her own. Bow reason reels. Oh, what a miracle to man is man. Triumphantly distressed. Slow hat joy. What dread I hell turnatly transported and alarmed. Dat can preserve my life? Or what destroy? An angel's arm can't snatch MC from the grave, legions of angels can't confine me there. D.K. Edward Young. Chapter XXIII. Ceremonies initiation Blue Lodge transmigration mystery language. TFRE, Remasonry has stepped across the threshold of another century, bringing with it those sublime and beautiful truths that have ever been the adrenaline of the best men of every epoch of the world's history. Truths that were taught, practiced, and thoroughly understood, long before the Vedic hymns were first chanted under the shadows of the Hindu Kush and Himalaya mountains, the home and birthplace of our great ancestors the Aryan race. From which source it has found its way to every corner of the earth, and today the sun never sets upon our most illustrious fraternity. These great and glorious truths which have been handed down to us were studied in the hoary ages of the past, under the dawning light of a new age and a new race, by peoples whose visions were illuminated from the dying embers of the Atlanteans and Nirayans races that have passed or are passing away, but who have left behind them the very essence and aroma of their ancient knowledge and civilization. The traditions connected with those older peoples have helped us onto the light, knowledge, and truth now taught behind the closed doors of our lodges, chapters, councils, and consistories of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. Every intelligent Masonic student who is unprejudiced will realize the fact that Freemasonry has ramified from the great lodge of the perfect masters and adepts of India. It has shaped the course of empires, has controlled the destiny of all peoples upon the face of the earth, and is today a powerful factor used for the express purpose of helping humanity onto higher planes of intellectual development throughout the whole world, verifying the statements of our rituals in respect to its universality. Those sublime truths and ethics were in existence thousands of years before Egypt was populated by colonization from the land of the Vedas. Those colonists dominated the valley of the Nile by subjugating the primitive inhabitants, and decorating the banks of that mighty river Nile with most magnificent tombs, temples, splendid monuments, and sculptures. Far back in the hoary ages of antiquity, in the dim dawn of approaching civilization, at which period fact and fiction were intimately blended to suit the capacity of the people, they strived to arouse the latent potential spiritual forces lying dormant like a precious jewel deep down in the heart of every living human being, helping them onto a knowledge of light and truth. Of those glorious truths are to be found today pictured upon nearly all the tombs and temples of both India and Egypt. They are indelibly inscribed in hieroglyphic characters throughout the whole of the land of the pharaohs, the land of mighty monuments and most stupendous specimens of cyclopean architecture. Many of these have been very difficult to understand, and for what purpose they were erected, and today upon their sides people look with bowed heads in awe and admiration. Their onl history in many instances is carved upon those stone sides or the interior chambers. But in those stupendous pyramids that adorn the plains of Giza, and the labyrinth at the Fayum, we can only dimly sense the intents and purposes for which they were erected. I do not dare to be more explicit regarding these most extraordinary monuments, but of one thing let me assure you, the Great Pyramid was never intended for a corn bin, as some authorities have asserted. Both these most extraordinary monuments have stood for ages, silent and impressive, like the couchant Sphinx whose stony lips are sealed, and we are left in doubt as to the unsolved riddle. This monolithic monster represents a king and symbolizes the union of intellect and power. /IRA informs us that old Arab writers speak of it as a talisman to keep the sand away from the cultivated ground, and tradition at one time sa3s that it was mutilated by a fanatical sheikh in the 14th century, and that since then the sand had made great encroachments. Certain Elgin Abd el-Latif's time it appears not to have been disfigured, as he speaks of the face as very beautiful, and of the mouth as graceful and lovely, and as it were, smiling gracious and adds that the red color was quite bright and fresh. B3 The Arabs of the present day it is known as Abu Yuhal, the father of terror. XZXCL or OLDX. It still lies nearly smothered beneath the drifting sands of the desert, looking to the east, watching the glorious constellations and signs of the zodiac come and go, and the twinkling stars, whose radiant eyes peep out of the azure vault above from before the misty veil that guards the portals of eternal day. Yet still it lies crouching there, mute, dumb, but eloquent in its silent majesty, ever watching the endless centuries roll along the stream of time. It catches the dawning light of the glorious sun god J.A., and reflects it back in farewell benedictions to humanity, who stand watching and waiting from afar off the coming dawn of intellectual advancement and true spiritual unfoldment, looking for the time when they will be enabled to lift their hands to its glorious light. These stupendous tombs and temples of ancient Egypt, whose ruins are to be found throughout the length and breadth of this most wonderful valley of the river Nile, were most certainly never used for public worship, nor were the masses of the people ever admitted to observe the sacred rites and ceremonies that were performed by the king, or priests, during their initiative services. All that took place within the walls of these majestic temples was most assuredly well guarded from the prying eyes of the profane. It was only upon certain occasions, such as initiation into the greater mysteries, or on certain days, that were set apart for the honoring of the local gods of the nome or city, that they observed these local ceremonies. At such times the king clothed in most gorgeous vestments, followed by priests and officials of the temple carrying the divine images and flaunting banners, burning incense and chanting hymns, marched in a grand procession through the pillared halls and corridors. Very often they circled around the immense roof of the temple, and passed on through the sacred groves within the massive walls that enclosed them, then down to the sacred lake where certain ceremonies were performed, returning to the sanctuaries within the depths of the temple. At such times, possibly from the distance, the populace might be enabled to catch a glimpse of the gorgeous pageantry, as the procession passed around the roof of the temple, but that was all. They never knew what took place within those walls, to them it was all a profound mystery. They were most certainly never allowed to participate in any of those most mysterious rites and ceremonies, in fact none were permitted to enter into the ranks of the procession, and assist in those sacred rites, but those of royal birth, priest, officials, and the initiates of the greater mysteries. Here in these temples, upon the banks of the river Nile, were performed those profound, sublime, and awe-inspiring ceremonies, that have been spoken of and referred to, by the most eminent men of every age of the world's history. These ancient Egyptian temples were used for the express purpose of preparation and initiation of candidates into the sublime and profound ceremonies of the Egyptian mysteries. They were never used, as I have stated above, for public worship, of that we are positively certain. The interior of these most magnificent fabrics was fitted up with chambers, etc., wherein was stored the gorgeous robes, and paraphernalia used in the solemn initiatory services of those rites for which Egypt was so noted. Some of these chambers were used for sacerdotal privacy, others for the preparation of the aspiring candidate into those most profound, supremely beautiful and awe-inspiring ceremonies. There were a large number of author rooms and chambers used for different purposes, as well as large halls for processional services, and for actual initiation. Within these vast enclosures were sacred groves and lakes, that I have referred to above, each and every part of which were most assuredly used for some special purpose during the ceremonies of initiation. When the neophyte passed from the lesser, into the greater mysteries, and received the ineffable degrees, he began to realize that there was something more in it than a mere word, grip, token, and whispering meaningless phrases into a dead ear. In passing through the passages of the pyramid we have to assume a crouching position and go up low very low. Many things are learned in examining these pyramids and temples, not only of the symbolic degrees, but of the royal arch as well. The things that are taught in the York rites, we shall find, have a far deeper significance than is generally understood, by even those who perform and assist in the ceremonies of these degrees. The true meaning of the various threembles are not fully explained to the candidate, and I am sorry to say that a great deal of the work that is done by those conferring the degrees, in our symbolic lodges, is seldom or ever properly understood. Even the principal officers who superintend the conferring of the degrees upon the aspiring candidate do not fully comprehend their import for the simple reason, they do not, as I have said, thoroughly understand the true meaning themselves. They have the ritualistic work all right, and parrot-like, they are enabled to roll it off in eloquent phraseology. Bit-fraternalism is 7 masonry. The deeper meaning, and profound knowledge that is contained in our most sublime, and glorious symbols, they do not, nor cannot understand, until, by deep earnest stud, and profound meditation, they are enabled to comprehend them. They will most assuredly learn that the keynote to the esoteric meaning of the symbolic degrees is a thorough understanding of the first, or Let me once again explain to you, my dear brothers, that no man can ever acquire even a knowledge of mathematics without a thorough comprehension of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So it is with our glorious symbology of the first 3 degrees. Learn them, and understand them, and you will have the key that will lead you on to the discovery and solution of the most profound esoteric truths that lie concealed in the glorious symbols of our illustrious fraternité. It will teach you the true meaning of to travel in foreign countries and receive master's wages. You will discover the lost word. It will reveal to you the true significance of the discovery of the stone that was rejected, and lost in the niche of the temple. It will explain to you the meaning of a square man, the temple of Solomon and the rebuilding of the temple. In fact, all things will be made plain to you, and you will come to an understanding of your higher self, which knowledge will bring you in closer communion with your God, when you will positively understand and know that you and your Father are one. The secret doctrine informs us that the king's chamber in the Greater Pyramid, in the plains of Giza, was the H0I3 of holies. On the days of the mysteries of initiation, the candidate, representing the solar god, had to descend into the sarcophagus, and represent the energizing ray, entering into the fecund womb of nature. Emerging from it. On the following morning, he typified the resurrection of life after the change called death. In the great mysteries his figurative death lasted 2 days, when with the sun he arose on the 3rd morning, after a last night of cruel trials. While the postulant represented the sun, the all-vivifying orb that resurrects every morning but to impart life to all. The sarcophagus was symbolic of the female principle in Egypt. Its form and shape changed with every country, provided it remained a vessel, a symbolic nivis, or boat-shaped vehicle, and a container symbolically, of germs or the germ life. In India it is the golden cow through which the candidate for Brahmanism has to pass if he desires to be a Brahmin, and to become Dvija born a second time. It is positively asserted by certain writers that the various temples throughout the valley of the Nile were used for the express purpose of initiation into the ancient Egyptian mysteries, and every thoughtful student will recognize this fact, if he will carefully examine them, as I have done. Baedeker in his Upper Egypt, beginning at page 59, gives a very careful description of the temple of Seti it/ic Memnoiothene of Abydos, which will be of sfret interest to the Masonic student. He goes into details in reference to the rites and ceremonies that Air performed therein, as well as in honor of the divine deceased, Osiris, whose name even the great Herodotus shrank from breathing. The ancient Indian mysteries, from which source all the others originated, were originally conferred upon the initiates in those cave temples for which that country is so celebrated, such as Elephanta, Ellora, Curly, and others which have been cut out of Virgard porphyry rock, so far as the first 3 are concerned. Let me quote you from Morals and Dogmas, page 361. The Indian mysteries were celebrated in subterranean caverns and grottos hewn in the solid rock, and the initiates adored the deity, symbolized by the solar fire. The candidate, long wandering in darkness, wanted light, and the worship taught him was the worship of God, the source of light. The vast temple of Elephanta, perhaps the oldest in the world, hewn out of the solid rock, whose very large halls were used for initiations, as were the still vaster caverns of Salz-et with their 300 apartments. The periods of initiation were regulated by the increase and decrease of the moon. The mysteries were divided into 4 steps or degrees. The candidate might receive the first at 8 years of age, when he was invested with the zener, cable toe. Each degree dispensed something of perfection. Let the wretched man, says the Hitopadesa, practice virtue, whenever he enjoys one of the 3 or 4 religious degrees. Let him be even-minded with all created things, and that disposition will be the source of virtue. After various ceremonies, chiefly relating to the unity and Trinity of the Godhead, the candidate was clothed in a linen garment without a seam, remained under the care of a Brahmin until he was 20 years of age, constantly studying and practicing the most rigid virtue. Then he underwent the severest probation for the 2nd degree, in which he was sanctified by the sign of the cross, which, pointing to the 4 quarters of the compass, was honored as a striking symbol of the universe bv. Many nations of antiquity, and was imitated by the Indians in the shape of their temples. Then he was admitted to the Hoi cavern, blazing with light, where in costly robes, sat, in the east, west, and south, the 3 chief hierophants, representing the Indian triune Dash. The ceremonies there commenced with an anthem to the great God of nature, and then followed this apostrophe, O mighty being greater than Brahma. We bow down before thee as the primal creator. Eternal God of gods. The world's mansion. Thou art the incorruptible being, distinct from all things transient. Thou art before all gods, the ex-ancient absolute existence, and the supreme supporter of the universe. Thou art the supreme mansion, and by thee, O infinite form, the universe was spread abroad. The candidate thus taught the first great primitive truth, was called upon to make a formal declaration, that he would be tractable and obedient to his superiors, that he would keep his bod pure, govern his tongue, and observe a passive obedience in receiving the doctrines and traditions of the fraternity, and the firmest secrecy in maintaining inviolable its hidden and abstruse mysteries. Then he was sprinkled with water, whence our baptism. Certain words, now unknown, were whispered in his ear, and he was divested of his shoes and made to go 3 times around the cavern. Hence our 3 circuits, hence we were neither barefoot nor shod, and the words were the passwords of that Indian degree. In these ancient mysteries of India, the principal officers represented the Trimurti Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, the Hindu trinity which furnished the Hebrew triad of Sephira, Chakma and Bina. Brahma, in the Indian mysteries, represents the rising sun, the creator and container of the other 2, rising into life and definition, Vishnu the preserver and conserver of all, and Shiva the destroyer and transformer, thus forming a triangle of creation, preservation, and transformation. Brahma the master, rising into life, represents the sun in the east, Vishnu in the south, the junior warden, the preserver and giver, Shiva the senior warden, the destroyer and transformer, who transforms light into darkness, or day into night. During the ceremonies the candidate was baptized, and allegorically reborn, when he was taught to lead a true and pure life not only in thought, but in act. The ceremonies of initiation were generally performed at midnight, in immense caverns amid darkness and gloom. Many of them were awful and appalling, for the candidate, in his journey through those terrible subterranean vaults and passages, was compelled to battle for his virgin life against the powers of darkness, from which, if he succeeded, he came forth into light, life, and joy, when he was exalted and glorified. The Persians, like the Druids, built no temples, but worshipped in large circular enclosures the sun god /Ithras. The places wherein they adored the sun were formed of immense blocks of unhewn stone, very much like those Druidical remains at Stonehenge, of Salisbury Plains, England. The Persians abominated images of any kind, and they considered that fire was the only fit emblem of the deity. From these people the Hebrews borrowed the idea and represented God as a flame of fire, which appeared to both Abraham and Moses at Horeb and Mount Sinai. Both the Persian and Hebrew lawgivers claimed to have conversed with God, maintaining that the deity instructed them in a system of pure worship, which was to be promulgated and taught to all those who were worthy to receive such exalted truths, and who would devote themselves to the stud of this higher and purer philosophy. Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, soon became famous and his philosophical teachings brought to him from all parts of the civilized world, the most eminent men who lived in that age, men who were anxious to improve themselves, by studying under a man whose name and fame had spread among the learned men throughout the four corners of the earth. I am referring to the ancient Persians, and to the time when first Zarathustra Spitama came forward as a reformer and leader of his people, long before the flight of the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. It is very difficult to find the exact date of his birth, or when he lived, but according to the best modern authorities we might place it anywhere between 2000 to 1000 B.C. According to the most ancient Gathas, Psalms, Zarathustra proclaimed himself the reciter of the hymns, the messenger of Ahura Mazda, the listener to the sacred words revealed by God. The name Zarathustra is a rather peculiar one, and in the language of those ancient people, it refers to some peculiar kind of a camel, but of what species we are unable to determine. The Greeks transformed it into Zoroaster. William Jackson, professor of Indo-Iranian languages, Columbia University, places the date of his birth in the 7th century B.C., while Professor James T. Bixby, Ph.D., states that the best modern authorities say from 2000 to 1200 B.C. But leaving the date of his birth out of the question, we know that he clothed himself in white priestly vestments, and assembled the people around the sacred fire, and delivered an inaugural address, calling upon them to listen to the words of Enra Mazda, the ever-living God, who speaks to them through him, by and with the holy flame of the sacred fire. In the early days of their history they worshipped and performed their initiatory ceremonies, into the Mazdeen mysteries, in immense caves fitted up expressly for that purpose. The grand final to these mysteries was the triumph of Ormuzd, the sun god, over the powers of darkness. I shall quote freely from our revered brother Albert Pike throughout this chapter, because his ideas and mine are identical, in relation to the ancient mysteries. Everywhere in the old mysteries, and in all the symbolisms and ceremonial of the Hierophant was found the same mythical personages, who like Hermes, or Zoroaster, unites human attributes with divine, and is himself the god whose worship Tai introduced, teaching rude men the commencement of civilization, through the influence of song, and connecting with the symbol of his death emblematic of that nature, the most essential consolation of religion. The mysteries embraced the three great doctrines of ancient Theosophy. They treated of God, man, and nature. Dionysus, whose mysteries Orpheus is said to have founded, was the god of nature, or of the moisture which is the life of nature, who prepares in darkness the return of life and vegetation, or who is himself the light and change evolving their varieties. He was theologically one with Hermes, Prometheus, and Poseidon. In the Carotene Islands he is Butes, Dardanus, Hymeros, or Imbros. In Crete he appears as Lysias or Zeus, whose worship remaining unveiled by the usual forms of Mr. Carrot, betrayed to profane curiosity the symbols which, if irreverently contemplated, were sure to be misunderstood. In Asia he is the long-stoled Basarius coalescing with the Sabazius of the Phrygian Corybants, the same with the mystic Laches, nursling, or son of Ceres, and with the dismembered Zagreus, son of Persephone. In symbolical forms the M3 exhibited the ONB, of which the manifold is an infinite illustration, containing a moral lesson calculated to guide the soul through life, and to cheer it in death. The story of Dionysus was profoundly significant. He was not only creator of the world, but guardian, liberator, and savior of the soul. God of the many-colored mantle, he was the resulting manifestation personified, the all in the many, the varied year life passing into innumerable forms. The spiritual regeneration of man was typified in the mysteries by the second birth of Dionysus as offspring of the highest, and the agents and symbols of that regeneration were the elements that affected nature's periodical purification: the air, indicated by the mystic fan or winnow, the fire, signified by the torch, and the baptismal water, for water is not only cleanser of all things, but the genesis or source of all. Socrates says in the Phaedo, it well appears that those who established the majestries, or secret assemblies of the initiated, were no contemptible personages, but men of great genius, who in the early ages strove to teach us, under enigmas, that he who shall go into the invisible regions without being purified, will be precipitated into the abj-ss, while he who arrives there, purged of the stains of this world, and accomplished in virtue, will be admitted to the dwelling place of the deity. Initiation was a school in which were taught the truths of primitive revelation, the existence and attributes of one God, the immortality of the soul, rewards and punishments not only in this but in a future life, the phenomena of nature, the arts, the sciences, morality, legislature, philosophy, philanthropy or private confidence, and were known as the profane, and were held in abhorrence. In Crete he appears as Lysias or Zeus, whose worship remaining unveiled by the usual forms of Mr. betrayed to profane curiosity the symbols which, if irreverently contemplated, were sure to be misunderstood. In Asia he is the long-stoled Basarius coalescing with the Sabazius of the Phrygian Corybantes, the same with the mystic Laches, nursling or son of Ceres, and with the dismembered Zagreus, son of Persephone. In symbolical forms the M3 exhibited the ONB, of which the manifold is an infinite illustration, containing a moral lesson calculated to guide the soul through life, and to cheer it in death. The story of Dionysus was profoundly significant. He was not only creator of the world, but guardian, liberator, and savior of the soul. God of the many-colored mantle, he was the resulting manifestation personified, the all in the many, the varied year life passing into innumerable forms. The spiritual regeneration of man was typified in the mysteries by the second birth of Dionysus as offspring of the highest, and the agents and symbols of that regeneration were the elements that affected nature's periodical purification: the air, indicated by the mystic fan or winnow, the fire, signified by the torch, and the baptismal water, for water is not only cleanser of all things, but the genesis or source of all. Socrates says in the Phaedo, it well appears that those who established the majestries, or secret assemblies of the initiated, were no contemptible personages, but men of great genius, who in the early ages strove to teach us, under enigmas, that he who shall go into the invisible regions without being purified, will be precipitated into the abj-ss, while he who arrives there, purged of the stains of this world, and accomplished in virtue, will be admitted to the dwelling place of the deity. Initiation was a school in which were taught the truths of primitive revelation, the existence and attributes of one God, the immortality of the soul, rewards and punishments not only in this but in a future life, the phenomena of nature, the arts, the sciences, morality, legislature, philosophy, philanthropy, PS3 metaphysics, animal magnetism, telepathy and all occult sciences. Public odium was cast on those who were refused initiation, and they were considered unworthy of public employment or private confidence, and were known as the profane, and were held in abhorrence and believed to be doomed to everlasting punishment. Bastards and slaves were excluded from initiation, and so were the materialists or Epicureans, who denied the existence of the supreme architect of the universe, and consequent the utility of initiation. Eventually it came to be considered that the gates of Elysium would open for the initiates whose souls had been purified and regenerated in the sanctuaries or Holy of Holies. It was thoroughly understood that salvation or redemption was not to be obtained through initiation alone, for Plato informs us that it was also necessary for the soul to be purified from every sin, and the purification necessary was such as gave virtue, truth, wisdom, strength, justice, and temperance. The object of the ancient initiations being to ameliorate mankind, and to perfect the intellectual part of man, the nature of the human soul, its origin, its destination, its relations to the body and to universal nature, all formed part of the mystic science, and to them in part the lessons given to the initiate were directed. For it was believed that initiation tended to his perfection, and to preventing the divine part within him, overloaded with matter gross and earthy, from being plunged into gloom, and impeded in its return to the deity. The soul with them was not a mere conception or abstraction, but a reality including in itself life and thought, or, rather, of whose essence it was to live and think. It was material, but not brute, inert, inactive, lifeless, motionless, formless, lightless matter. It was held to be active. Reasoning, thinking, its natural home in the highest regions of the universe, whence it descended to illuminate, give form and movement to vivify, animate, and carry with itself the baser matter, and whither it unceasingly tends to reascend, when, and as soon as it can free itself from its connection with the matter. From that substance, divine, infinitely delicate and active, essentially luminous, the souls of men were formed, and by it alone, uniting with and organizing their bodies, men lived. This was the doctrine of Pythagoras, who learned it when he received the Egyptian mysteries, and was the doctrine of all who by means of the ceremonial of initiation, thought to purify the soul. Virgil makes the spirit of Anchises teach it to carrot Aeneas, and all the expiations and lust rations used in the mysteries were but symbols of those intellectual ones by which the soul was to be purged of its vice spots and stains, and freed of the encumbrance of its earthly prison, so that it might rise unimpeded to the source from whence it came. Hence sprang the doctrine of transmigration of souls, which Pythagoras taught as an allegory, and those who came after him received literally. Plato, like him, drew his doctrines from the East and the mysteries, and undertook to translate the language of the symbols used there, into philosophy, and to prove by argument and philosophical deduction what felt by the consciousness, the mysteries taught by symbols, as an indisputable fact the immortality of the soul. Cicero did the same, and followed the mysteries in teaching that the gods were but mortal men, who for their great virtues and signal services had deserved that their souls should, after death, be raised to that lofty rank. It being taught in the mysteries, by way of allegory, the meaning of which was not made known except to a select few, or, perhaps only at a later day, as an actual reality, that the souls of the vicious dead passed into the bodies of those animals to whose nature their vices had most affinity. It was also taught that the soul could avoid these transmigrations, often successive and numerous, by the practice of virtue, which would acquit it of them, free it from the circle of successive generations and restore it at once to its source. Hence, nothing was so ardently prayed for by the initiator, says Proclus, as this happy fortune, which delivering them from the empire of evil, would restore them to their true life, and conduct them to the place of final rest. This doctrine probably referred to those figures of animals and monsters which were exhibited to the initiate, before allowing him to see the sacred light for which he sighed. I have already spoken upon this subject of transmigration in the 13th chapter of this work. D&D will only say that once man has received the divine light of reason he could never retrograde, or go back into the lower animal kingdom. The initiates into the greater mysteries were never taught any such idea, but they may have been told that if a man did not live a pure life on this earth, but pandered to his animal, passional nature, he would be reborn with the attributes of the lower animals, such as the cunning of the fox, or the ferocity of the tiger, and this assertion is borne out by many of the initiates themselves. For instance, Hierocles, one of the most enthusiastic and celebrated followers of Pythagoras, emphatically asserts that he who believes that the soul of man, after his death, will enter the body of a beast for his vices, or become a plant for his stupidity, is deceived, and is absolutely ignorant of the eternal form of the soul, which can never change, for, always remaining man, it is said to become god or beast through virtue or vice. Though it can become neither one nor the other by nature, but solely by resemblance of its inclinations to theirs. Again, Timotheus of Locria, another of the Pythagorean school of philosophy and an initiate, tells us that in order to alarm men, and prevent them from committing crimes, they menaced them with strong humiliations and punishments, even declaring that their souls would pass into new bodies, that of a coward into the body of a deer, that of a ravisher into the body of a wolf, that of a murderer into the body of some still more ferocious animal, and that of an impure sensualist into the body of a hog. The more we force our investigations into the older forms of prehistoric civilizations, and the religions and philosophies that pertain to them, the more beautiful, grand, and sublime will those teachings that permeated them appear to us. We shall eventually discover that the great majority of those ancient peoples worshipped the ever-living God. Under the symbol of the sun, recognizing the fact that they possessed a wonderful knowledge of astronomy. The arts and sciences were thoroughly comprehended by them, and that there was a wonderful resemblance between the doctrines and worship of these ancient peoples. We are positively certain that the mysteries of India, Chaldea, Assyria, Phoenicia and other countries were thoroughly known and comprehended by the hierophants of ancient Egypt, who instructed their initiates in all the profound truths that pertain to the greater mysteries. Each and every one who passed into the sanctuaries of these temples for initiation, were bound by the most terrible oaths, before they were even permitted to see, or know, anything at all whatever about the ceremonies they had to pass through. After they had seen the light, they were then considered to be bound by a stronger tie, and were then permitted to perform their lust rations. They were then conducted into the regular initiatory ceremonials, where they underwent terrible ordeals and tremendous trials, both physically and mentally, before they were instructed in the sublime and glorious truths and wisdom which unfolded to them the proof of the immortality of the soul, the reincarnation of the spirit and the doctrine of a future life, as well as the true meaning of raising horizontals to perpendiculars upon the 5 points of fellowship. There are a great many brothers, who firmly believe that the Blue Lodge, or symbolic degrees, contain the whole of Masonry, but this assertion most assuredly proves that they have not delved very deep into the symbology of those first 3 degrees, or they would never make such an assertion. The first 3 rules of arithmetic are the foundation of the science of numbers or mathematics. But these first 3 rules do not demonstrate the higher branches of mathematics, such as proportion, square root, conic sections, algebra, etc. Neither do these first 3 rules in themselves demonstrate the mutations and collocations that sfo to instruct us in those higher branches of the exact sciences carried. The 7 notes of our scale in music contain the whole of the demonstrated harmony of the great masters, but not until the combinations and collocations have been made do they produce the thoughts of the masters in divine harmony. In the same way the blue or symbolic degrees are only the foundation upon which have been erected the higher degrees of the York and our own beloved Scottish Rite. It is stated in Morals and Dogmas, page 819, the symbols of the wise always become the idols of the ignorant multitude. The blue degrees are but the outer court or portico of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. The whole body of the royal and sacerdotal art was hidden so carefully, centuries since, in the high degrees as that it is even yet impossible to solve many of the enigmas which they contain. It is well enough for the mass of those called Masons to imagine that all is contained in the blue degrees, and whoso attempts to undeceive them will labor in vain, and without any true reward violate his obligations as an adept. Masonry is the veritable sphinx, buried to the head in the sands heaped around it by the ages. Our revered brother Albert Pike has frequently written upon the first 3 degrees of Masonry, and his comparison of their being like the broken columns of a roofless Druidic temple in their rude and mutilated greatness is perfectly correct, and every earnest student who will carefully examine the symbolic degrees will most assuredly recognize their mutilated condition, and he will find that there is nothing complete or perfect in them. Even that which our candidate looks forward to has been lost, and he is given a substitute until future generations shall discover the lost one. Yes, My dear brothers, the first 3 degrees contain the whole of masonry to him who knows. How I wish that I could talk to you and explain this seeming mystery, but as it is I can only hint at these things which I would like you to thoroughly understand. I have previously asserted, and I earnestly desire that you should comprehend that ritualism is not masonry, //law/ may be changed at any time the grand lecturers. But masonry with its sublime and profound philosophies that have descended to us from the wisdom religion, through the ancient mysteries, is the same today and forever. Her traditions carried us back to the most remote ages of antiquity, back beyond the dim dawn of prehistoric civilization, long before the hieratic inscriptions of ancient Egypt were carved and painted within the tombs and temples throughout that wondrous valley of the Nile. These today are, in many instances, undecipherable on account of the begrimed condition of the ceilings, walls, etc., and the vandal hands of the bigoted Christians, who mutilated so many of these temples, and to whom I have previously referred. Brother J. D. Buck, 32 degrees, in Mystic Masonry, Introduction, 6e-SEQ. States that Masonry deals largely with the ethics and symbolism of the ancient mysteries. The writer believes that through the well-timed efforts of Masons today, the grandest achievements in knowledge ever gained by man, which were originally concealed in the greater mysteries of antiquity and in time became lost to the world, may be again recovered. In the strictest sense, this knowledge has never really been lost, as there have always existed those who were possessed of the great secret. It was originally veiled in order to conceal it from the profane, and written in a universal language of symbolism, that the wise among all nations and throughout all time might read it, as it were, in their own language. It was also written in parable and allegory so that the unlettered and common people might not be deprived of its wise precepts, and of its force in shaping character, dissipating ignorance, and inspiring hope. This ancient wisdom is the fountain from which Masonry takes its rise. The true science of symbolism in time became lost, the temples of Initia fell into decay, or were destroyed by priests, and potentates, jealous of their influence. For many weary centuries men have been trying to recover the lost key, and to restore the ancient wisdom from the parables and allegories in which it had been concealed. But progress in the inverse order is not only necessarily slow and uncertain, but all such attempts have, more or less, given rise to fantastic flights of the imagination, and resulted in confusion, rather than in enlightenment. The result has been to bring the whole subject under contempt, and to make the name mysticism mean something vague and uncertain, if not altogether foolish to those ignorant of its true meaning. The causes that have led up to the revealing of the ancient wisdom and Masonic symbols have been many, some of which I have previously mentioned, such as Christian bigotry, ignorant fanaticism, misinterpretations, and alterations, by those v/lio desired to change the hieroglyphical inscriptions and symbols in order to suit their own ends and further their own designs. I have spoken about the destruction of the hieroglyphic inscriptions and sculptures in many of the temples throughout the land of Egypt. The secret doctrine informs us in the introduction to the new edition, page 24, volume I, as follows: however superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed, hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige of that ancient wisdom, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands, perhaps millions of MSS. burnt, of ornaments with their too indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols, pulverized to dust, of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming about among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and mountain, valley and highland, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar, scroll, or parchment they could lay their hands on, if only it bore the symbols of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith, and he will then see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirit of fanatism of early medieval Christianity and of Islam, has loved from the first to dwell in darkness and ignorance rather than light and truth. I have repeatedly asserted, in this work, that I do most sincerely and firmly believe that the esoteric teachings of our glorious fraternity originate in the land of the Eddas, and that every careful Masonic student will bear me out in this assertion, because they can by thorough investigation, trace all knowledge to this one source. I also firmly believe that the wisdom religion originated in the great lodge of adepts and perfect masters who created it, and sent it echoing down the drifting centuries, where at times it has during the past, and even in our present era, been hidden, in a measure, from our view, through like causes that I have already explained above. The very essence and aroma of the ancient teachings of the Indian, Mazdean, and Aoikarachan religions emanated from this great primal fount, the ancient wisdom religion. The real meaning of the great majority of our Masonic symbols, contains some of the most sublime truths that were ever taught. To all those who were initiated and passed into the sanctuaries of the temple, these truths will ever remain. Let me quote you once more the Secret Doctrine Introductory, Volume I, page 27, one more import and point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval, universal wisdom, at any rate for Christians, Kabbalists, and students. The teachings were, at least, partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained on purely historical grounds that Origen, Saint-Sus, and even Clemens Alexandrinus, had themselves been initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school, that of the Gnostics, under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the sacred schools,
and during that time I've
though
made it my
by no
goal to
means
create as
all,
little waste as
were
possible
preserved in
and work
the
in as an
Vatican,
environmentally friendly
and
way
have
as
since
possible.
become part and parcel of the mysteries, in the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church. Such is now the materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for great persecution set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of the supreme struggle, that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence the vista into the far distant past, beyond the deluge and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly shut out by every fair and unfair means from the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record upon which hands could be laid destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every requisite evidence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological cataclysms, to tell the story, and every survival shows evidences that the now secret wisdom was once the fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source, from which were fed all the streamlets the later religions of all nations from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and finishing with the Neoplatonists and Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein converge for the last time the bright rays of light. Streaming from the caryatons of times gone by, unobscured by the hand of bigotry and fanatism. What the world has lost through the bigotry, fanatism, and intolerance of the early Church Fathers will never be fully realized by the present generation, but there is one very great satisfaction to all, and that is the key to the solution has never been lost, and the light of the ancient wisdom will come forth once again, from the misty veil that enshrouds it, for the benefit of the human race. Masonry, the lineal descendant of the ancient mysteries, contains that key in her synebology, but in order that we may be thoroughly enabled to fully comprehend the sublimity and grandeur of these parables and allegories that are illustrated by symbols, we must work very carefully and zealously, and be guided by rules of analogy and correspondence. Then we shall find that our researches will lead us on to a knowledge of those sublime and glorious truths that laid the foundation of the Indian, Mazdean, and e.g. 37 Chan mysteries, afterwards ramified through the Chaldean and Babylonian empires. It was from the Babylonian Magi that the ancient Hebrews drew their inspiration and wisdom. There is one thing I especially desire to call our attention to, and that is, do not t-k the symbol for the thing symbolized. Masonry owes a great deal to the Hebrew people who have preserved to us a vast amount of priceless jewels they received from the Magi. These they have ever guarded from the profane and handed down to us in signs, symbols, and records that will never be lost, but will live forever and be easily understood by each and every neophyte who is brought to light in our lodges of the present day. If any of our most earnest students will only give their time and attention to the careful examination of the Kabbalah and have their minds thoroughly illuminated by the Zohar, before they attempt to pass an opinion upon the mystery language of prehistoric ages, the language that is now called symbolism, they will not only discover the truth of the above assertions, but some of the light, knowledge, and truth that illuminated the minds of the hierophants of old, and also the great Pythagoras who taught in the sanctuaries over which they presided, the wisdom that belonged to the great lodge of adepts of India. The secret doctrine informs us in volume I, page 325 etseq. The proofs brought forward in corroboration of the old teachings are scattered widely throughout the old scriptures of ancient civilization. The Piraeas, the Zendavesta and the old classics are full of such facts, but no one has ever taken the trouble of collecting and collating them together. The reason for this is that all such events were recorded symbolically, and the best scholars, the most acute minds, among our Aryanists and Egyptologists, have been too often darkened by one or another's preconception, and still oftener, by one-sided views of the secret meaning. Yet even a parable is a spoken symbol, a fiction, or a fable, as some think, an allegorical representation, we say, of life realities, events, and facts. And just as a moral was ever drawn from a parable, such moral being an actual truth, and fact in human life, so a historical, real event was deduced, by those versed in the hieratic sciences, from emblems and symbols recorded in the archives of the temple. The religious and esoteric history of every nation was embedded in symbols. It was never expressed literally in so many words. All the thoughts and emotions, all the learning and knowledge, revealed, and acquired, of the early races, found their pictorial expression in allegory and parable. Why? Because, spoken word has a potency not only unknown to, but even elspethted, and naturally disbelieved in, by the modern sages. Because sound and rhythm are closely related to the four elements of the ancients, and because such or another vibration in the air is sure to awaken the corresponding powers, union with which produces good or bad results, as the case may be. No student was ever allowed to recite historical, religious, or real events of any kind, in so many unmistakable words, lest the powers connected with the event should be once more attracted. Such events were narrated only during initiation, and every student had to record them in corresponding symbols, drawn out of his own mind and examined later by his master, before they were finally accepted. Thus by degrees was the Chinese alphabet created, as just before it the hieratic symbols were fixed upon in Old Egypt. In the Chinese language, the characters of which may be read in any language, and which, as just said, is only a little less ancient than the Egyptian alphabet of Thoth, every word has its corresponding symbol in a pictorial form. This language possesses many thousands of such letters or logograms, each conveying the meaning of a whole word, for letters proper as we understand it, do not exist in the Chinese language, any more than they did in the Egyptian, till a far later period. Thus a Japanese who does not understand one word of Chinese, meeting with a Chinaman who has never heard the language of the former, will communicate in writing with him, and they will understand each other perfectly because their writing is symbolical. Recent discoveries made by great mathematicians and Kabbalists thus prove, beyond a shadow of doubt, that every theologue, from the earliest down to the latest, has sprung, not from a common source of abstract beliefs, but one universal esoteric or mystery language. These scholars hold the key to the universal language of old, and have turned it successfully, though only once, in the hermetically closed door leading to the hall of Mjstries. The great archaic SJ stem known from prehistoric ages as the sacred wisdom science, one that is contained and can be traced in every old as well as in every new religion, had, and still has, its universal language suspected by the Mason Ragan, the language of the Hiero Fans, which has 7 dialects, so to speak, each referring, and being specially appropriate, to one of the 7 3 characteristics of nature. Bach had its own S3 Nature could thus be either read in its fullness, or viewed from one of its special aspects. The proof of this lies to this day, in the extreme difficulty which the Orientalist in general, and the Indianists, and Egyptologists in particular, experience in interpreting the allegorical writings of the Aryans, and the hieratic records of Old Egypt. This is because the will never remember that all the ancient records were written in a language which was universal, and known to all nations alike in days of old, but which is now intelligible onl to the few. Like the Arabic figures which are understandable to men of every nation, or like the English word and, which becomes r/ for the Frenchman, 7md for the German, and so on. Yet which may be expressed for all civilized nations in the simple sign, and so all the words of that mystery language signified the same thing to each man, of whatever nationality. There have been several men of note who have tried to re-establish such a universal and philosophical tongue. Delgarme, Wilkins, Leibniz, but de Marmuis, in his Pasigraphic Carat, is the only one who has proven its possibility. The scheme of Valentinus, called the Greek Kabbalah, based on the combinations of Greek letters, might serve as a model. The many-sided facts of the mystery language have lent to the adoption of widely varied dogmas, and rites in the exotericism of the church rituals. It is these, again, which are at the origin of most of the dogmas of the Christian Church, for instance, the 7 sacraments, the Trinity, the resurrection, the 7 capital sins, and the 7 virtues. The 7 keys to the mystery tongue, however, having always been in the keeping of the highest among the initiated hierophants of antiquity, it is only the partial use of a few out of the 7, which passed, through the treason of some early church fathers ex-initiates of the temples, into the hands of the new sect of the Nazarenes. Some of the early popes were initiates, but the last fragments of their knowledge have now fallen into the power of the Jesuits, who have turned them into a system of sorcery. It is maintained that India, not confined to its present, but including its ancient boundaries, is the one country in the world which still has among her sons adepts, who have the knowledge of all the 7 3 carat stems, and the key to the entire system. From the fall of Alamphis, Egypt began to lose those k/s1b1, and Chaldea had preserved onl3 in the d3s of Beresis. As for the Hebrews, in all their writings they show no more than a thorough knowledge of the astronomical, geometrical, and numerical SJ stems of S3 symbolizing the human, and a special carat the physiological functions. They never had the higher K3s. Now, my dear brothers and friends, I do not wish you to think I am tr3ing to introduce something into Masonry, which does not belong there, for everything I have written, has been placed before 304. 3 are special investigation, so 30 ma 3 positive L3 carat know that there is far more than grips and tokens in the beautiful S3 belonging to our most illustrious fraternity dash. It is in these glorious S3 that carat VE shall find the K3B3 which we ma 3 be enabled to unlock the true meaning of those sublime philosophies which have commanded the most profound attention and admiration of the learned men of ever 3 epoch of the world's history 3 dash, and all these profound truths are open to all J-Masons who will diligently search and think for themselves. JJ, IIAD entritz I / null, IA. Loud is the sound of Balladstankai carat shouting, Tulbilk, with her wanton grace and paces pretty. Like some alluring, sly coquette, dancer with her estagnets displays herself in subtle pantomime. HND singers chant an old Arabian ditty of Saladin and of his time. Freudenberg. Chapter XXIV. The Gawaizi exploring temples and tombs Fil/E and its ruins Nubia. Thebiad was one of the principal divisions of ancient Egypt, and was originally divided into 10 nomes. There were 10 halls in the labyrinth that were specially allotted to the princes of Upper Egypt. It was divided by the river running through its entire length, and situated in a narrow valley that was, and is today Karad, bounded by the Arabian hills on the west side, and the Libyan hills and desert on the other. It extended north as far as Eshmain and the Hermopolis Magna of the Greeks, and on the south as far as Asjanit or Cyane. We talked of the ancient glory of this wonderful city of Thebes and realized that it was the same old river that ran murmuring by, as when Seti and his son, the great Ramses, beautified and adorned its banks with such wondrous works of art. The sun shone bright and warm that day, and Memnon still sat looking to the east, but his voice was now hushed and his stony lips were as silent as the voices of the dead that surrounded him. The Risen's sun turned the Libyan hills into red and gold, and the marvelous play of colors were indescribable. The sky was just as blue, her fields were still marked with bright greens, yellow and brown, and the bean flower still shed its fragrance upon the morning air as in the days of old. The nights were supremely beautiful, the stars glittered in the azure vault above, and the splendid moon shone as beautiful and bright as when this majestic 100-gated Thebes was in the height of her glory, and yet, not but the ruins of this mighty city remain with us to tell of the wondrous knowledge that pertained to these warrior kings, and their vanished splendor. We arose that morning and found a light air astir and Abdullah preparing to weigh the anchor, but it was not until nearly 10 o'clock that the wind came out good and strong. Our anchor was soon apeak, our big sails loosed and we bid adieu to Thebes. We passed swiftly by the grand pylon of Karnak and inside of an hour we drew up towards Ermont, and very soon moored on the west bank, close to a sugar factory, 462 miles from Cairo, and 8 miles from Thebes. It was told us that there were some very interesting ruins at that place, but on our arrival we learned that they had been entirely destroyed for the purpose of building the sugar factor there. Consequently, as there was a light wind astir, we went on board again and started off for Eshni, but within about 8 miles from that place the wind died out, the heat became intense and nearly unbearable, and hung like a heavy pall over all. Our great sails flapped idly to and fro with the motion of the boat as our sailors started out upon the towpath, and struck up their everlasting songs once more. We had dinner just as the sun went down, and we sat on deck until we saw the lights of Eshni, when we retired, and early the next morning we found that our boat was anchored off that place, which is located on the west bank of the Nile, 490 miles from Cairo. This is the site of the old city of Latopolis, and derived its name from the Lato fish or lattice, that was worshipped here in the sanctuary of this temple. The people of this place claim that Moses was born here. It has a population of about 10,000 inhabitants and it is the headquarters of the Alm or Gawaizi, dancing girls, of whom I have already spoken in a previous chapter. Warburton, in Crescent and the Cross, gives an account of the Alm, page 208, f/seg, which I believe will be of interest to you, my dear brothers and readers. It is as follows: the term Alm, or, in the plural awalim carat, means light ral, a learned female. This epithet is only strictly applicable to singing women, whose music is sometimes of a very high order and their accomplishments in other respects so numerous, that they frequently obtain 50 guineas from a party for their exhibitions on one evening. The dancing girls belong to a very inferior order, and are termed Gawaizi in the language of the country. These women used to have a settlement near Cairo, and attended all the marriages and other festivities of the beau monde there. The mullahs, or Moslem divines, however, objected to them, not on account of their impropriety, but on the plea that the profane eyes of the infidel ought not to gaze upon the women of the true faith. There was such an agitation raised, the Gawaizi, or dancing girls, on this subject, that the priests prevailed, and all the Ani were sent off to Eshni, 500 miles up the river, by way of banishment, where they are allowed a small stipend, by the government, to keep them from starvation. The effects of this reformation produced frightful results, which I cannot allude to here, and Almism still flourishes everywhere. Outside of the Kareen districts the dress of the Alm is very picturesque, and graceful, consisting of a short embroidered jacket fitting close, but open in the front, long loose trousers of almost transparent silk, a cashmere shawl wrapped round the loins, rather than the waist, and light elegant turbans of muslin embroidered with gold. Their hair flows in dark curls down their shoulders, and glitters with small gold coins. Their eyes are deeply but delicately painted with kohl, which gives them a very languishing expression, and a profusion of showy ornaments glitters on their unveiled bosoms. When about to commence the Oriental ballet, the Alm exchanges this for a yet lighter dress, throws off her slippers and advances to the center of the room with a slow step and undulating form, that keep accurate time to the music of the reed pipe and the castanets, on which she is accompanied by her attendants. She then, after a glance round upon her audience, throws herself at once and entirely into the part she intends to act, be it pensive, gay, or tragic. She seems to know no feeling, but that of the passion she represents. In some cases a whole romance is acted. An Arab girl, for instance, she listens at the door of her tent for the sound of her lover's horse, she chides his della, he comes, she expresses her delight, he sinks to sleep, she watches over and dances around him, he departs, she is overwhelmed with grief. General, the representation is more simple. The wasp dance is a favorite ballet of the latter class. The actress is standing musing in a pensive posture, when a wasp is supposed to fly into her bosom, her girdle all about her, the music becomes rapid, she flies about in terror, darting her hand all over her person in pursuit of the insect, till she finds it was all a mistake, then smiling she expresses her pleasure and her relief in dance. We started out to visit the temple of Eshni and found only a portico which was surrounded by houses, and the temple proper was covered with houses, it being very difficult to tell anything at all about it. The portico has been cleared of the rubbish and debris, and we recognized it as belonging to the Roman period, for the cartouches belonged to the various Roman emperors. We did not care to stop at Eshni overnight, but force of circumstances compelled us to remain. There was not a breath of wind astir, and Hassan had gone to visit a friend, so we spent that afternoon in rambling around the town, visiting the bazaars, where we purchased a few articles, then went down to our dahabiya. After dinner we wrote a few letters, arranged our notes, and at night we went up to one of the principal coffee houses, and witnessed some of the dances of the Gawazi girls. The very first dance was the wasp dance that Warburton described, but like all the rest it soon began to express unbridled passion, when we turned away in disgust, throwing a few piastres as our offering. We strolled off down to our boat, smoked a cigar, and after a chat about what we had seen we retired for the night. The next morning Salami aroused me from a sound slumber to hand me my morning coffee, and as I sat sipping it I looked out through the cabin window, and saw that we were underway, and would soon arrive at El Cab, if the wind did not fail us, but by the time our breakfast was ready the wind had left us, and we had a lot of towing to do before reaching that place. As we sat on deck that day we amused ourselves by shooting, and we bagged quite a lot of birds, some of which were beautiful specimens, and we preserved the skins for future use. We went crawling along slowly but surely with our big sails hanging from the yards, swaying backward and forward with every motion of the boat. We dropped off into a doze from which we were suddenly aroused by the shouts of our sailors, who came laughing and swimming on board, when the Shogovi was eased off our big sails swelled out full and round as the wind struck us on our port quarter, just before we got to El Cab, the El Sitliks of the ancients, or the city of Lyishane. This was a very interesting place to visit, where there were some very fine rock tombs especially interesting. They would well repay anyone for the time expended in examining them, but as I had visited these tombs and temples some years ago, and as the wind was blowing strongly in our favor and both Abdullah and Hassan urged us to go on, we took advantage of the wind and concluded to continue on to Edfu. The decorations of the tombs and temples at El Kab were in a very fair state of preservation when I saw them last. In the tomb of Pahiri we were enabled to see farm scenes such as plowing, sowing, reaping, in fact all kinds of field and farm work, river scenes, such as fishing, hunting, etc. There is one scene here that will be of great interest to the Masonic student, and that is the funeral procession and judgment of the dead. One threshing scene in this tomb, where the oxen were treading out the golden grain, has the song of the driver inscribed above, which is translated as follows: "Thresh for yourselves, oxen. Thresh for yourselves, I measure for yourselves. Measure for your masters." Mr. Glidden renders it, "Hie along, oxen. Tread the corn faster, the straw for yourselves, the corn for your master." Some of the scenes here will be very interesting to the Scottish Rite Mason. We soon left this place El Kab, behind us with its yellow mountains, date palms, etc. As the wind was blowing fresh and strong we had earnestly desired to be enabled to anchor off Edfu. After we passed El Kab we ran by some very fertile islands, and noticed that the whole of the way from Eshni, the arable land upon the east bank of the river, was very narrow, except in a very few places, but before we reached Edfu it began to widen out again. Our gong sounded the dinner hour and we went down to partake of it, and as we sat chatting over our nuts and wine the loud voices of our sailors rang out in song. We hurried up on deck and discovered the propylon of Edfu. We went gliding along, and as the shadows lengthened and twilight fell around us, our sails were furled, and we were soon moored for the night under the glittering stars at Edfu, the Apollinopolis Magna of the Greeks. Edfu has a post and telegraph oflo and ce, and the steamers stop here every Tuesday and Friday for a couple of hours. We went on shore, and strolled up to the post office, and had quite a long chat with some gentlemen who were remaining over, so as to be enabled to visit the celebrated temple at that place, so we made arrangements to visit it together the next morning. We went back to the Dahabii, and retired early, telling Hassan to have an early breakfast. The next morning Salami aroused me from a sound slumber, and finishing our morning meal, we started off with our new acquaintances to visit the celebrated temple, located about 15 minutes' ride from the river. The temple lies directly west of the town, and it is entirely surrounded by the mud hovels of the natives. In fact, the whole of this most beautiful temple was covered, roof and all, with the mud dwellings of the people who lived here previous to 1864, when it was cleared of them by M. Mariette, who informs us as follows: "The excavations of Edfu are the most extensive archaeological work ever executed under the auspices of His Highness the Khedive, Ismail Pasha." A few years ago the modern village had invaded the temple, its vercarid terraces being covered over with dwellings, stables, storehouses of every kind. In the interior the chambers were filled with rubbish almost to the ceiling. The amount of time and trouble expended on the excavations will be realized on entering the temple, where every single line of inscription has now become perfectly accessible to the traveler, tourist, and antiquarian. There were 64 houses upon the roof of this temple that Mariette Bey removed, and with them the filth and vermin that went with these people, and today we are enabled to wander through all parts of this beautiful and perfect specimen of an ancient Egyptian temple, with all its parts perfect, as in the days of its completion. It resembles the temple of Dentkra Closel in its general plan. In fact, they belong to the same period, and the inscriptions upon the walls of this temple refer continual to the same stem of worship as was practiced in the temple of Dendera. The inscriptions cover all parts of this temple, for every wall, column, and ceiling is completely covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions that tell us of the use of the various halls, chambers, etc. Upon the walls of the library is catalogued the books that were kept in it. In fact, every Part of this beautiful temple tells its own story. It was one of the best preserved temples, in fact, one of the finest, that is to be found in this wondrous valley of the Nile, because it is perfect in all its parts. The extreme length of this building, including the pylon and the circe wall. Me caret F caret S caret M caret B S S caret R I Li and caret K caret 4 MQLULLOLL _JCLL plus or minus J ILI XHLJ _OI TOOLXICOO is fully for 250 feet. The height of the pylon is very nearly 115 feet, and it has a frontage of 132 feet, but if we include the pylon, its facade is 250 feet. On the front of this pylon are 4 cavities that were used for the purpose of securing the masts that decorated this most beautiful temple, into which they were no doubt fitted. There is an inscription here that tells us that they served for lightning conductors. Mariette believed that they must have been at least 150 feet high. Furlong informs us in his Rivers of Life that Solomon's temple was a very poor imitation of this temple at Edfu, and that it was upwards of 14 times the size of the Hebrew temple, and that one of the halls of the Edfu temple would swallow up the Jewish one entirely. We enjoyed ourselves very much, indeed, exploring the various halls and chambers of this very extraordinary temple, and after our careful examinations, we were soon on our way back to our very comfortable home the Dahabeeyah, tired and weary, but extremely glad to know that we had been enabled to thoroughly examine and explore the most perfect temple in Aoipt, that of Edfu. The next morning bright and early found our crew towing and punting, trying to make Gebel Karat or Hager Sils Elise, the mountain of the chain, as early as possible, located a distance of 25 miles from Edfu, and 547 miles from Cairo, so that we might be able to visit the celebrated quarries, examine the monuments, and hurry on to Ombos. It was however not until late that night that we were able to moor close to the monuments, so Hassan informed us, for we had retired long before reaching there, and when Salami brought us our coffee in the morning we found ourselves moored near the west bank. The river is very narrow here, being not much over 350 yards wide, with very lofty banks, abrupt and precipitous, that come down to the river and enclose its very narrow quarters. We landed upon the east bank and visited the celebrated quarries from whence were taken those immense blocks of sandstone that have been used in the building of the great majority of temples throughout the whole of Upper Egypt. There are quarries on both sides of the Nile, but we visited those on the east side first, on account of their extraordinary size. These quarries are open to the light of day, and demonstrate to the present generation the wondrous knowledge of the craft in quarrying and handling the stupendous stones and carrying them to the river. It is remarkable to see the immense amount of work that has been done here, for the whole mountain has been cut into with the greatest of care, and proving to us of today that they did not use explosives, of any kind whatever, in their methods of quarrying. The entrance to these quarries are through a long cutting clear through the solid rock, and upon all sides we found specimens of RFL, // or scribblings, in both Greek and Demotic characters, writing used by the ancient Egyptian people, not hieroglyphical. There were quite a number of things quarried here that have never been removed from this place, where the carat were originally carved or cut from the mountainside, such as sphinxes, etc. There were a great many things to be seen there that will prove of great interest to anyone who will take the time and trouble to visit this place. The quarries on the west bank were not nearly so large as those on the other side of the river, for the stones had been quarried in a different manner entirely. These quarries are open to the sky and to the glorious light of day carat, but those on the east bank are quarried right into the cavernous depths of the mountain, forming immense grottos that were originally quarries, but which were afterwards used for tombs, temples, etc., while upon the walls of all are to be found hieroglyph 3-carat thick inscriptions. They have also been decorated with beautiful paintings and sculptures from the 18d3 mast 3-carat down to the Roman domination. Some of them are truly most magnificent specimens of ancient Egyptian art. I specially refer to the bas-relief known as the Trinbaf of Horusere. We had a glorious time rambling around these quarries and grottos, and examining the various points of interest on both banks of this wondrous old river Nile, at Sils-Elis. We retired rather early as we felt worn out with our investigations, and although our crew was having a grand old time, making the mountain ring and echo to their songs and laughter, we slept through it all, and awoke from our slumber the next morning refreshed. Salami ght us our toast and coffee, when we found by the motion of the boat, that we were under sail, and that we were scudding along through the waters before a good fresh breeze, running along toward Ombos, at the rate of about 8 miles an hour, and while we were eating our breakfast we went careening along by fares. On coming on deck, after our morning meal, we sat under the awning and smoked cigars, noticing that there was but very little arable land upon either bank of the river. After Aafhile we saw a decided change, for fertile fields began to appear upon the east bank, and we very soon passed a small island that was well cultivated, and as our wind held good, we drew up to quite a large island called Masuri Yekarit, which divides the river into 2 branches or channels. We entered the first or largest, when our course became nearly due east, and just as we reached the bend of the river, it turned due south again and we found ourselves at Ombos, 564 miles from Cairo. Ombos is rapidly disappearing beneath the waters of the Nile, surely it is steadily falling into the river. This place, that was built to endure forever, is rapidly being destroyed by the old god Nilus. Sebek, the deity that was worshipped here, is also worshipped and adored at Sils-Elis, and the crocodile-headed god is found, not only upon the steel in the quarries at Sils-Elis, but also in many parts of Ombos. As the wind continued to blow good and strong, we took advantage of it, and continued our journey southward toward Aswan. We spent a few hours at Ombos, but as there was not much to interest us there, we cast off our moorings, loosed our sails, and amid the sounding songs of our sailors, soon left it far behind us. There was but very little to interest one as we sailed along the river, and there was a sameness about it that grew monotonous to all, so I sat on deck under the awning, and arranged my notes, while the others amused themselves with various problems in chess. Our boat went spinning along over the flowing waters of the river, until we began to notice a most decided change in the surrounding scenery, which now had a peculiar charm and beauty, that must be seen to be fully appreciated, for we now were approaching the scene of the poet Juvenal's banishment, by Domitian, on account of offending Paris, the actor. We were now enabled to see the mountains to the south, at whose feet nestles the beautiful island of Elephantine, which is about a mile in length and divides the river into 2 channels. It is a level carrot island, with every carat foot of arable land thoroughly cultivated, with patches of cotton, corn, beans, and castor oil plants, etc. Thick palm groves gave a delightful charm and fascination to the scene, and from a distance, as the bright sunlight fell streaming down upon it, the island was like a beautiful jewel, for the play of colors upon its black syenite rocks, the golden sand and the vivid greens combined to enhance the beauty of this place beyond the power of words. It is a most interesting place to visit, and will repay all those who may ramble around it. Although the ruins were in a sadly dilapidated condition, we observed many things that deeply interested us. We noticed that the symbols of the old pagan philosophies were lying side by side with the cross that dethroned them, and that both were superseded by Islamism. The Church of Christ is extinct in Nubia, and it simply drags out an existence in Upper Egypt in a very degraded form of worship, and all that remains of Christianity on the borders of Nubia are a few crosses indifferently cut upon the remains of some of the tombs and temples, demonstrating that it did at one time reach to the first cataract and Philly. Those teachings have long since passed away. A few columns still stand to mark the site of the temple of the ram-headed god Khnmn or Nefkarat, which was Destro CD by direction of Mohammed in the year 1822, for the purpose of erecting a palace for himself at Aswan. In order to do this he destroyed a very beautiful temple erected by Amenhotep of the 18th dynasty. This king was a mighty warrior, and he was exceedingly fond of building stupendous monuments and magnificent temples. The celebrated Colossi, the vocal Memnon, bears his name. He was a wonderful king, who carried his conquering armies into the Sudan, returning with spoils to adorn his country with splendid monuments, etc. The Nileometer is well worth a visit, for now it has been put in proper working order, and today it is recording the rise and fall of the river as it did in the early days of its completion. There have been found upon this island of Elephantine a great many things that have interested the scientific world, and among them portions of a calendar of the time of Thothmes III, that records the rising of Aeubus Carat, or the dog star, nearly 34 centuries ago. There are 2 villages on the island, the inhabitants of which seem to be Nubians, and on the arrival of travelers upon this island they will crowd around you, and offer all kinds of antiquities for sale, sometimes small. _elco nxno2jmljj coins, and fragments of pottery, shells, etc. There is no doubt but that a great many of these so-called antiquities are manufactured like those at Thebes. At the southern end of the island one may frequently find fragments of inscribed terracotta vases, many of which are valuable. On the east bank, and opposite this island, is located the frontier town of Bgypt Aswan, or as it is called by Man-Carat writers Carat Aswan, or Cyane Carat, distant 590 miles from Cairo, in latitude 24 degrees, 5, 23 north, and 32 degrees, 55 east longitude, which figures prove, that today, this town is not under the Tropic of Cancer. It was on account of a report spread throughout the land of Bgypt of a well in Aswan, wherein there was no shadow even at midday, which led the celebrated philosopher and mathematician Aratos thence, who had charge of the Alexandrian library, to measure the obliquity of the ecliptic, and also to measure a degree of the meridian. He discovered the exact circumference of the earth, using the same methods in that day, that have been adopted by our own geometric eons today. At the present time there is no well at Aswan in which the sun is reflected at noon, when it reaches its meridian height and glory, but, in the 4th century B.C. Aswan was most certainly under the Tropic of Cancer, and there is no doubt, but that there was a shadowless well at this place at that time. We now found ourselves among a different class of people entirely, from those we had been accustomed to in our long journey up the Nile. The various articles they had for sale were also different. The town of Aswan is a very busy one, on account of its being the principal market town for the whole of the Sudan and Abyssinia. The streets of this place are very much like those of every other mud village throughout the whole of the land of Egypt, and the bazaars are just about the same, containing nearly all things usually found in the various towns in the valley of the Nile. A great deal more can be purchased here in Aswan, because a great many things are brought here, from the upper country, that are not always to be found in the bazaars of the towns below. There are quite a large number of cafes here, and each and every one have their regular dancing girls, who make night hideous with their mad revels. It is extremely interesting to pass in among the tents of the merchants, who camp here, and to examine the various goods they have for sale. We were shown elephants' tusks, henna leaves, lion, leopard, and in fact all kinds of skins, gum arable, tamarinds and war implements of all kinds, etc. There is one thing most certain, and that is you will find ostrich feathers much cheaper here than in any other place in Egypt. I paid 50 cents each for some beautiful black and gray ones, that you could not buy here in America for less than $5 or $6. The largest and most perfect white feathers can be bought for $4 or $5. That would very much astonish some of your wives and daughters. There are a great many things one ought to buy here besides ostrich feathers, well worth taking back with you, as souvenirs. These comprise ivory rings, silver rings, armlets, beautiful basket work, and the aprons of leather fringe which form the costume of the Nubian women, and which are called Madame Nubia. The people we met here were entirely different from those of Egypt. The turban was seldom seen excepting upon the heads of Egyptians or old men of Nubia. The great majority went around bareheaded and wore nothing to cover their heads, other than their thick matted hair, which was plentifully bedewed with castor oil, as well as the whole of their bodies. The young men generally wore a small cloth around their loins of very scant dimensions, and the young women virgins, simply wore Madame Nubia. The older women wore a long blue robe, and the old men a long loose white one, and very often a turban. The women of Nubia do not cover their faces at all times with a veil. They seem to be more free to do as they please than the women of Egypt, and they are most assuredly far more virtuous. It was very peculiar to see both the young men and women shining like billiard balls, with their bodies glistening in the sun, smeared all over with castor oil, which was the prevailing fashion among the elite of Nubia. There is just as much difference between Egypt and Nubia, as there is between the people of the two countries. The palm grows just as abundantly above Aswan as it does below, and the dates of Nubia are noted for their delicious flavor. In fact, they have been sought for, above all others, throughout all the eastern countries. The face of the whole country changed entirely beyond the island of Philas, and the scenery became more wild and fantastic. The river was far narrower, and consequently more rapid. The arable land was muchly less, but the vegetation seemed to put on a brighter garb than that which we had been accustomed to in our long journey from Cairo to Fils. A great many men we met carried a spear and shield, the latter made from the tough hide of the hippopotamus. It has a large boss in the center, with an iron bar across it, so that the hand can grasp it firmly when it is needed for defensive purposes. The language that we heard spoken was also very different from what we had been accustomed to, and is what the Hgatians call Berber, and the people who speak it Berberi, which was no doubt the word or name from which we derive the word barbarian. The ancient Egyptians considered all people who did not live in Egypt and speak their language to be barbarians. One of the most interesting places to visit in this vicinity is the celebrated granite quarries, located just beyond the Arab cemetery. Here we may see and examine the work of men who lived and wrought in these celebrated quarries long centuries before the foundation of Rome was laid. These specimens of their skill and workmanship are lying there today just as the workmen left them ages ago. It does not seem possible that those chips of granite which fell from the stroke of a gavel, were broken off long centuries before Rome was founded, or Romulus and Remus suckled. They look today as clean and bright as they did when they first fell before the hand of the craftsman long centuries ago. As we stood looking down upon the handiwork of the men of the dim and misty past, we could hardly realize the bewildering stretch of time that had passed away since those ancient craftsmen laughed, chatted, and worked in these quarries, and cut from the hard granite such tremendo blocks of stone apparently as easily as we of today would cut so much clay or chalk. This demonstrates to us of this present century, their thorough knowledge of quarrying immense blocks of stone without waste or injury to the quarry itself, and right here we have ocular demonstrations of their wondrous knowledge of mechanical arts, and their ability to transport such stupendous blocks of stone, to build or adorn their temples in the hoary ages of the past. As I have previously stated, in chapter 3 of this work, it is the height of absurdity to credit Archimedes with the invention of the lever or wedge, for here we see the practical application of the one, and the work in this place alone indicates thy knowledge of thy other. Here in these quarries we were enabled to see for ourselves, not only their methods of quarrying, but their manner of using the wedge for that purpose. The immense obelisk we saw here in the rough, which is nearly 100 feet long, and fully 11 feet square at the larger end, testifies to this fact. We could see the holes that had been drilled along its entire length, for the express purpose of inserting wooden wedges. In order to detach it from the quarry, there are many things to be found here that they have quarried, such as rough columns and various other peculiar shaped stones. Intended, no doubt, for some especial purpose, that puzzled us immensely. No one who journeys to this place should fail to visit these quarries, for they will most assuredly prove of great interest. I must certainly say that we enjoyed ourselves very much indeed, rambling around not only the quarries, but the town itself, watching the dahabeahs making the ascent of the rapids, and purchasing the various articles to take back home to our friends as souvenirs from the borders of Nubia. As we did not take our dahabeah any farther than Aswan, we retained our pilot, and as the crew remained with us, we made no change at all. If we had taken our boat up the cataract for a journey farther south, we should have been compelled to hire another pilot, at least to direct our course, in the place of the one who had performed his duty so well in piloting our boat in safety from Cairo to the borders of Nubia, and the first cataract of the Nile. The next morning we hired camels for the purpose of riding over to Mahata, the first port in Nubia, after leaving Aswan. At this point goods or merchandise is unloaded for re-embarkation at Aswan, being destined for the different points below the cataract. Hassan had picked out all the camels necessary for our party, so bright and early we rode off with the worst lot of snarling, growling brutes that I had ever seen. The great majority of my readers no doubt, understand how to mount a camel, but if they have never ridden one, it would be impossible for me to make them comprehend the sensation of the motion of one of these horrible brutes, the sumpter camels. If the camel should walk with an even gait, you will be jostled backwards and forward, and you will wish that these animals had never existed, and will sigh for the donkey of Egypt. If he walks ahead briskly, with long swinging strides, you will be afraid that every joint in your body will be dislocated, if he does not stop. When he trots no words can express the horrible torture you are enduring, and if he should run, well, only those who have trod the hot sands of the desert can fully explain the feeling of having /oiio/dc. When you are seated in the saddle, if you should happen to move, the miserable brute will try to bite your feet or legs, and should you try to compel him to go a different way from his own chosen route, he will turn his head and looking you snarlingly in the face swear at you in both Arabic and Berberi. If that does not compel you to leave him alone, he will lie right down and try to get you off. A sumpter camel is the most horrible thing in the world to try to ride. They are only fit for carrying heavy burdens across a trackless desert, under a burning tropical sun, and can be made to carry 600 or 700 pounds of pack goods all day long without stopping to drink. Mahata is quite a small village that is used expressly for the purpose of shipping cargoes from the boats overland to Aswan, or receiving them for loading into the boats going into the Sudan or Abyssinia as the case may be, but since the British domination of this country the town of Shalal has taken its place. One can hire boats at either place for a voyage up to the second cataract and back, but they are very dirty with scarcely anything at all in the shape of furniture on board. They do not begin to compare with the clean, brightly painted, well-fitted dahabeahs of Egypt, but as we were not going up this time, we did not bother ourselves about transportation beyond the first cataract or Aswan. We hired a filixa to take us over to the holy island of Filas, one of the most lovely spots in the whole of Egypt. There is no one who comes to this place who can help recognizing the grandeur and beauty of this most extraordinary island and its picturesque surroundings, which are extremely grand, and which will charm and fascinate all who see it. On our trip from Mahata to this lovely island, I was charmed and delighted in viewing this most exquisite piece of scenery. The tufted palms and pylons rise in their wondrous beauty seemingly from out the waters of the Nile, and the various columns and walls of the temple look as if the carat were new and in the height of their glory, just completed and ready for occupation. As we drew nearer to the island everything looked beautiful, stately, magnificent, and as we gazed upon it from our boat upon Tly River, we saw that charming roofless temple called Pharaoh's Bed. We were lost in thoughts of the glorious days of long ago, until the grating of the boat against the stones of an ancient landing place aroused us from our reverie, when we sprang upon the gunwale of our boat, and climbed the steep bank, and stood enraptured before the glorious ruins of a magnificent temple, realizing that we were now viewing the crowning glory of our voyage. The remains of the tombs and temples here are not vast, but they are extremely beautiful, and the impressions of the various ruins will forever remain with me so long as life shall last. Chief among these remains stands Pharaoh's bed, the beauties of which can never be fully described, any more than can the island itself. It has been sketched, painted, and photographed from all points, but that alone cannot demonstrate its wondrous charm and beauty. What is a magnificent jewel without a setting? Of course we recognize its splendor, but the setting most assuredly enhances the beauty of the gem itself, and shows it off to the best advantage. In the same way, to get the full effect of this most lovely scene, we should approach the island at certain times in a phylloxa upon the river, with the distant mountain as a background, and the immense rocks framing it in, forming a most beautiful setting. It is under these conditions, with the mountain and rocks lit up with a play of colors indescribable carat grand, the tufted palms, glistening colonnades, and pylons glowing in the changing light, like the scintillations of a most magnificent jewel, that we fail to find words wherein to express the beauty of the scene. Carat old fail, as I have to convey to you, my dear brothers and readers, the indescribable charm and beauty of the holy island of Philly and its surroundings. The footprints of an elder race are here, and memories of an heroic time, and shadows of the old mysterious faith, so that the isle seems haunted and strange sounds float on the wind through all its ruined depths. By him who sleeps in fills such the oath which bound Egyptian soul as with a chain imperishable, by Anun-Ra, the great Osiris Carat who lies slumbering here, lulled by the music of the flowing Nile. LJCQ Co XOIADCOLJ OCO. Ages have gone, and creeds, and dynasties, and a new order reigns o'er all the earth, yet still the mighty presence keeps the isle awful, serene, and grandly tranquil he, with Isis watching restless in her love. This island was considered to be the most sacred spot in all the world to the ancient Egyptian. It is not very large, only about 400 yards long, by about 150 yards wide at its broadest part. Today it is not inhabited, but there is a man who guards it, and who makes his home on an adjacent island. The most ancient building on this island of Phils, was erected by Nectane Batu between the years B.C. 381 and 365, and all that remains of it today are a few columns, etc. There are a great many things that will deeply interest the tourist on this lovely island, and all those who are desirous of examining the ruined temples of the various Ptolemies and Caesars should camp upon it, and go over it very carefully so as to see all the varied beauties upon it, for it is strewn with ruins. One of the most beautiful and picturesque of all of them is the Isiasqui, commonly called Pharaoh's Bed, which is located on the east side of the island, and is said to have been dedicated to Isis, or the triad that was sacred to Phils, which was Osiris, Isis, and Horns. This temple is roofless, and was never completed, but for all that it is a most charming spot and a most delightful place to enjoy an hour, and refresh yourself with luncheon, etc. The Cataract Islands in the vicinity are well worth a visit, but more especially to the geologist and others who are desirous of seeing the many inscriptions, carved upon the rocks, many of which date back to the 11 and 12 dynasties. We had now completed a tour throughout the whole length and breadth of this most extraordinary country, visiting and describing nearly all the ancient cities, and exploring the principal tombs and temples throughout both Upper and Lower Egypt, and we must certainly say that we had derived an immense amount of pleasure in doing so. After our trip to Philly we returned to Aswan, and to our dahabeah, tired and weary. During our absence our crew had baked their bread for the return voyage, and they now engaged in cleaning our boat from truck to kelson. We were going to remain here a few days as a caravan was expected to come in from the interior, and awaiting its arrival we remained within the roar of the foamy waters at Aswan. The caravan arrived from the south with its strange-looking Nubian attendants. It was a sight that will remain with us through all time, and whenever the name of Aswan or camel is mentioned, that strange, peculiar, barbaric procession conies back to me in all it carried peculiar features. There were somewhere about 125 camels in line, and by the side of many of them walked barefooted a tall sturdy-looking Nubian, whose shining bronze skin gave him the appearance of a living moving statue. What strange-looking bundles and packages the camels carry upon their backs, many of which are covered with raw hides containing elephants' tusks about 10 or 12 feet long. Some were carrying immense bundles of gum arabic, wrapped up in skins and tied with long strips of hippopotamus hide. Others carried packages of the skins of all kinds of wild animals, and upon the backs of some of the camels were crates of wild beasts, one of which contained a litter of 3 young lions that were quite playful. When the strange cortege halted to camp beside the river, they formed quite a village of their own. The leader of the caravan was a most magnificent specimen of a man, standing fully 6 feet and 5 inches tall. He was armed with regular old-fashioned pistols and sword. We saw many who were armed with spear and shield, and occasionally they had an old-fashioned brass-mounted pistol stuck in their girdle, and many of them were armed with a club and sheath knife strapped around their arms. We mingled freely with the jostling crowd and found among them natives from nearly all parts of Africa and Abyssinia. After they had camped and unloaded their camels, we went in among them and bought some beautiful leopard skins, ostrich feathers, spears, shields, ornaments, and some very fine specimens of basket work, that had been manufactured by people who lived beyond Khartoum. These things Hassan and Salami took down to the dahabeah while we dickered for a lot of very fine curiosities from the Sudan. The next morning we started on our return trip to Cairo, rowing through the day and drifting through the night. Sometimes we had a good breeze in our favor, of which our captain and pilot took advantage. During suckly times our sailors would sing, dance and play their drums and pipes to their heart's content, for they were now homeward bound. Egypt is without doubt the most extraordinary, interesting, and attractive country that the Masonic student should visit, in order to improve himself in the signs, symbols, and allegories pertaining to Masonry. There he will have ocular demonstrations of the knowledge that was thoroughly comprehended by those ancient craftsmen, who lived upon the banks of the Nile, long centuries before the dawn of authenticated history. The ordinary traveler who desires to examine the ancient cities, tombs, temples, monuments, and mummies of a prehistoric age, will find that there is no country on earth that will prove of greater interest to him than Egypt, and the valley of the Nile. Time has not robbed it of its peculiar charms and fascinations, but has rather given to it an atmosphere of mystery, that must be solved by actual searching among the ruins of this most wonderful country. If the student investigates and studies along the valley of the Nile, he will discover many things that will prove the great antiquity of Egypt, and the wonderful knowledge that pertained to those people who built such stupendous fabrics in order to adorn and beautify the banks of this grand old river Nile. The Masonic student, if he be careful in his investigations, will have proof positive of the actual existence of the teachings of our own glorious right, in the fact that the people who migrated here laid the first stone of foundation, to establish themselves and their philosophies permanently upon the banks of one of the grandest, and most peculiar rivers in the world. Greece and Rome were but the offshoots of this most wonderful civilization, which originated in the valley of Hindustan, the land of the Vedas, and which was cradled on the banks of the Nile in the dim dawn of prehistoric ages. Egypt was a wonderful country with a knowledge of social forms, law and order, long centuries before Abraham crossed the plains of Mamre in the company of angels, and the Hebrew people are modern when compared with the ancient Egyptians. There is no question to the thinking man and Masonic student, but that Egypt was not only the cradle of ancient masonry, but the cradle of the world's ancient civilization. Cecrops carried with him to Greece, when he founded Cecropia, the wondrous knowledge that afterwards ramified through it, and which came down to the other peoples beautified, and enwrapped in the exquisite thought that gave to the world the Greek school of philosophy and her marble miracles, and which also gave to Rome her boasted civilization. The effect of this has passed down through the drifting ages, throughout the whole of Europe, until we find it in this 20th century dominating our own beloved America, with its wondrous teachings, proving the truth of the scriptures that teacher is no new thing under the Su 7 I carat Ekl. 1-9 for instance. In our extradition treaties with other peoples we are now doing what was known and done in the Golden Age of Egypt, for upon one of the walls, in the great temple of Karnak, we can find today written in hieroglyphic inscription an extradition treaty that was made between Ramses and Khedisera, prince of Kheta, Hittites. This most valuable record can be seen upon a wall that juts out at right angles from the south wall of the temple, about 60 feet from the entrance to the temple, on that side of it. There is no doubt in my mind that this wall was built for the express purpose of recording this very valuable record or treaty. It was placed under the especial protection of the gods that were worshipped by the peoples of both countries, Sudak of Kheta, Amen of Egypt and all the 1,000 gods, male and female, the gods of the hills, of the rivers, of the great sea, of the winds and the clouds, of the land of Kheta and of the land of Egypt. A great many people consider it to be a modern invention to hatch out chickens by the use of the incubator. Why? The ancient Egyptians hatched them out with natural heat, by simply burying the eggs in the sand and covering them up with manure. The modern Egyptians hatch them in ovens with a heat that is regulated for that purpose, and during the process of hatching they were carefully watched so as to keep the temperature even. The modern nickel in the slot machine is not new, for the ancient Egyptians used a simple machine for the purpose of supplying water for their lust rations, by baptism or washing, before entering their temples. The machine was worked by placing a small coin in a slit or slot, when it would drop down upon a perfectly balanced lever that would set in motion another sweep or lever, which would open a valve through which enough water would flow for their own especial use. There is no question but that the knowledge that pertained to those ancient peoples was most profound and complete. All the scientific knowledge of the present day was thoroughly comprehended by the ancients, but there have been many things lost to the world, lost through fire, flood, and the bigotry and fanatism of many peoples, who destroyed what they could not, or would not, understand, and retarded the progress of the world in so doing. Every religion that has ever been known is a fragment, from the ancient wisdom religion and like the most prominent today, they never can, nor never will, satisfy the demands of the devotees, because there is not one of them that is complete in itself, and consequently cannot, and does not, as a fragmentary portion, stand alone like the ancient wisdom. Religion. This wondrous secret doctrine this ancient wisdom, originally came from India and it followed in the footsteps of those peoples, who wandered from that country into Egypt and Chaldea, and was afterwards taught throughout Greece and Rome. It appears today, across the threshold of the 20th century, as the one great force that will lead us unto love and righteousness. Egypt is a wonderful country today. It has ever been a problem to the learned men of nearly every age, and we ourselves have stood with bowed head, in awe and admiration, before the stupendous ruins of these most extraordinary people. I have realized that those gigantic stones, quarried by the craftsmen of prehistoric ages, were like the great Sphinx voiceless. But each and every one contains a history of its own, and represents a portion of the tattered pages of the historical records of this wonderful country and people. There is a change coming over the various teachings of today, for the hand of inquiry and investigation is upon the throat of the various isms, and will not be downed, or satisfied with mysteries or parables, but will require the truth, the whole truth, for there is no religion higher than truth. The latter part of the 19th century witnessed a great revival of knowledge and scientific investigation that has excited widespread and profound attention, evidenced by the literature that has come to us across the threshold of the 20th century. Bringing with it TV light, key oivolge, and tr2th of bygone ages. Once more the secret doctrine comes forth, from the obscurity, into which it was thrown by the superstitious ignorance, fanatism, and bigotry of Mohammedanism and the Romish Church, and the influence of ecclesiastical religion. As I have before stated, the element of supernaturalism is fast disappearing under the influence of modern scientific generalizations, and an carrot doctrine, or teaching, which presents itself for acceptance among the readers and thinkers of today, must undergo the first test, as to whether it can stand in line with the law of the conservation of energy, and the ordered sequence of cause and effect, which we discover in every domain of natural phenomena. Now, not only is this fundamental claim of the various tenets of the secret doctrine itself, so far as it has been presented to the world up to the present time, but it can be proved fully and indisputably that a transcendental knowledge of man's nature has always existed in the world. So far, at all events, as we have any historical records. All the great religions and philosophies are but echoes or reflections of these occult doctrines, overlaid and perverted in most instances, by ages of superstition and ignorance. The revival of this knowledge will clear away entirely that element of supernaturalism in religion, which is the great cause of the total rejection of all religious doctrines by the intelligent thinkers of the present day. But it will do more than this. In freeing religion from its supernatural element, its work will be constructive of a new and surer basis, for the practice of religion as a matter of conduct instead of belief. Jake Twaf, Traditions and Customs Euro al, it Euro OTD ceremonies indent initiation mo tfa I lotto. Before tbv mind thou to this study bend. Invoke the gods to grant it a good end. These if thy labor vanquish, thou shalt then know the connection both of gods and men, everything proceeds, or by what state, HND know us far as fit to be surveyed I sature alike throughout, that thou mayest learn. Not to hope hopeless things, but all discern. Pythagoras. Chapter XXV. Jewish Traditions and Customs Cable Toe Ceremonies of Ancient Initiation Book of the Law. TPTNEFERENCE was made to traditions in a previous chapter of this Y work, but now I want you to thoroughly understand, that if it were not for traditions, we should not know the day of the week, the month, or the year that we are living in today. Therefore, in dealing with records that antedate authenticated history, as well as those symbols and allegories that belong to the symbolic degrees of Freemasonry, we are compelled to depend upon traditions for the elucidation and proper understanding of them. Tradition signifies the transmission of knowledge, opinions, manners, customs, etc., by oral communications from one generation to another. Now, in order that you may better understand me, let me inform you that amidst the writings of the ancient Hebrews we find that the words of the scribes are lovely, above the words of the law, that the words of the law are all weighty, that the words of the elders are weightier than the words of the prophets. By which is meant that the traditions delivered to them by the scribes and elders in the Mishnah and Talmud are to be considered of more value than the holy scriptures. Without the aid of traditions, said the rabbins, our knowledge would be very limited. We glean from this same source that Hillel, a celebrated Jewish rabbin, in fact, one of their greatest sages, was tauntingly asked by a Karaite, Master, how can you prove that tradition is true, and what evidence does it rest upon? The rabbin, pausing for a moment, crossing his arms over his breast and casting his eyes upwards in deep thought, then looking the man square in the face, said unto him, Let me hear you repeat the first 3 letters of your alphabet. The man pronounced the letters ABC, when the sage said unto him, How did you learn to pronounce those letters in that way, and no other? The man replied, I so learned them from my father. And in this way your son shall learn them from you, rejoined Hillel, and this is tradition. And thus it was long ages before writing was known, the ancients handed down from father to son a knowledge of their manners, customs, arts, sciences, and philosophies, which have been the admiration of all men of every age of the world's history. The wisdom that belonged to these ancient peoples, as well as their manners and customs, has stepped across the threshold of the 20th century for our own especial edification. If we care to see i.e. of the ancient customs of the Hebrew people, that has been handed down from generation to generation, let us go to one of their abattoirs or slaughtering houses, where we may be enabled to see the Chakat kill a beef, in the same manner as it was done in the days of Abraham. They are just as particular now in performing the operation as they were then. In order to kill a beef, the Chakat uses a very long and sharp knife called a kalef, of which he takes great care. It is honed or sharpened to a razor-like edge, and kept scrupulously clean, and when the Chakat desires to kill an animal for food, he cuts the throat with one continuous cut, being very careful not to touch the bone, for if he does, it is trifocharate or impure, but the veins and arteries must be severed b-carat one continuous cut from ear to ear. After which, the heart and lungs are thoroughly examined, to see if the animal was healthy and fit for food. Then if any of the parts were found in an unhealthy condition, the body was marked trifocharate when it was divided in the center and thrown away, but if everything was found to be healthy and pure, it was marked kosher, or pure, and good and fit for food. The Jewish people, at the time of their forced stay in Persia, were perfectly familiar with the doctrines of both Persia and India, and Maukarat of them held some of the highest offices under the Persian Empire. No matter where they lived, they soon attained to some of the most prominent positions in those various countries, such as governors, judges, etc. When Cyrus gave them their freedom, with permission to return to Jerusalem in order to rebuild their temple, all of them were not desirous of going, for there were a great number who were perfectly willing to remain in Persia, where their children had been born, who spoke the same language and, in fact, were like the people with whom they lived, having the same freedom. The Ajkarat may have been considered to be in bondage, but it is self-evident that they had equal rights among the Persians, with whom they lived, just as they are with us today. Daniel was the chief of the Babylonian College of Magi and minister and companion to the king. Mordecai became prime minister, and Esther, his cousin, a Jewish damsel, became queen and helped her people. Look at Joseph, who was sold into bondage, and see to what prominence he attained. Disraeli, in our own time, became prime minister of England under Victoria. I tell you, my dear brothers and friends, that we owe a great deal to the Hebrew people. Moses gave to us the Decalogue, the very foundation of our laws and civilization. The Word was made manifest in the body and blood of Christ, a Jew. In fact, we depend upon Jewish biographies for an account of his life and work. Aristobulus and Philo-Judsus were both Jews, and at the head of the Jewish Greek school of philosophy in Alexandria, where they labored earnestly and incessantly to prove that the Jewish scriptures were simply allegories, that contained within themselves the most profound truths and philosophies of every other country and peoples, and that Plato received some of his grandest thoughts from this source. Aristobulus himself positively asserted that the ethics of Aristotle demonstrated the esoteric teachings of the law of Moses, and Philo tried his utmost to reconcile the writings of Moses with the Pythagorean school of philosophy. Phy. Josephus, the Jewish historian, has demonstrated in his works that the Essenes were identical with the Egyptian Therapeutes. Ammonius, a Christian philosopher, organized a Platonic school of philosophy at Alexandria in A.D. 232. He strived in vain to reconcile the various religious sects, by having them give up their strife and bickerings, telling them that they were all possessed of the same glorious truths, and that the first thing for them to believe in was, or should be, the universal brotherhood of man. In fact, he tried to verify the teachings of Aristobulus and Philo-Judsus. Albert Pike in Morals and Dogmas, page 744, states that all truly dogmatic religions have issued from the Kabbalah and returned to it. Everything scientific and grand in the religious dreams of all the Illuminati, Jacob Boehme, Swedenborg, Saint Martin, and others, is borrowed from the Kabbalah. All the Alasonic associations owe to it their secrets and their symbols. The Kabbalah alone consecrates the alliance of the universal reason and the divine word. It establishes, by the counterpoises of two forces apparently opposite, the eternal balance of being, It alone reconciles reason with faith, power with liberty, science with mystery. It has the keys of the present, the past, and the future. The Bible with all the allegories it contains, expresses in an incomplete and veiled Irana only, the religious science of the Hebrews. The doctrine of Moses and the prophets, identical at bottom with that of the ancient Egyptians, also had its outward meaning and its veils. The Hebrew books were written only to recall to memory the traditions, and they were written in symbols unintelligible to the profane. The Pentateuch and the prophetic poems were merely elementary books of doctrines, morals, or liturgy, and the true secret and traditional philosophy was only written afterward, under veils still less transparent. Thus was a second Bible born, unknown to, or rather uncomprehended by, the Christians, a collection, they say, of monstrous absurdities, a monument, the adept says, wherein is everything that the genius of philosophy and that of religion have ever formed or imagined of the sublime, a treasure surrounded by thorns, a diamond concealed in a rough dark stone. One is filled with admiration on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, at seeing a doctrine so logical, so simple, and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by the primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers, a philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the word, theorems more complete and luminous than those of Pythagoras, a theology summed up by counting on one's fingers, an infinite which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand. 10 ciphers and 22 letters, a triangle, a square and a circle, these are all the elements of the Kabbalah. These are the elementary principles of the written word, reflection of that spoken word that created the world. From the preceding, dear brothers, you will see that the Hebrew peoples have been the medium through which we have received many very valuable traditions, symbols, and allegories, that are to be traced through the symbolic into the chapter and council degrees of the York Rite. By careful examination we shall find that they are very much mixed up. But at the same time we shall find them all there, and the earnest student will find a rich field for investigation among the ruins of the temple, where he will be enabled to discover valuable knowledge and information respecting the symbology, allegories, and traditions of the fraternity. It will require a great deal of patience and perseverance before he will be enabled to unravel, not only the tangled skein of the symbolic degrees, but that of the royal arch and council also. One of the very first things he will discover will be that the secrets which lie concealed in our symbols and allegories are not taught openly in the lodges, chapters and councils. They are known most certainly, but they are not given out promiscuously to every brother. He is left to find the esoteric meaning of them, by and for himself alone. In his entering, passing, and raising in the symbolic degrees he will realize that there are many things that will demand his time and most profound attention before he will find even a rudimentary explanation. But at length, when the first ray of light permeates his mind, he will begin to realize that he is turning the tattered archaic pages of a most profound and sublime philosophy. He will also discover that the key to the lost word is in his own hand. Again, when he and his companions wander among the fragmentary evidences of the wisdom that belonged to the hoary civilization of a long, long past, he will not only see the light but he will hear the faint echo of the lost word reverberating under the living arch. The light will not illuminate his mind until he is ready to receive it, and the guttural vibrations of the word itself will only be a paradox to him. When he passes into the higher degrees of our glorious Scottish Rite, thorough comprehending what he has already learned, through the light he carries within his own heart, to illuminate his mind, every sound and word he has heard in the preceding degrees will be a priceless jewel to help him on to higher planes, and the unveiling of more profound and grander truths that are embodied in our most illustrious fraternity, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. A great many of the craft claim that the first 3, or blue-eye/Oj degrees, contain the whole of Masonry. Well, so it does to him who knows. But how many are there who do know the whole of the Lime philosophical teachings of Masonry are latent in the S3 degrees, vid it can never be thoroughly comprehended, until the aspirant has taken the ineffable and profound philosophical degrees of our Scottish Rite. Now you dear brothers and friends, in order that 3 ma f high understand me, let me say, that the first 3 rules in arithmetic contain, in potentia, the whole of the science of numbers. We could not calculate a and j thing without a knowledge of addition, subtraction, and multiplication. Having just these 3 rules alone, what could we know of portion, square root, mensuration, trigonometry 3 etc., until we thoroughly understood the combinations and collocations that elucidate the higher branches of mathematics? In the same manner, we may say that in music the octave contains, in potentia, all harmony, so it does, to those who know how to combine the various notes so as to produce the d'-ine. Harmony of the masters, such as Mozart, Rossini, Meyerbeer, Mendelssohn, and others. I tell 3 ou, my dear friends, that the first 3 degrees of Masonry J form the foundation upon which have been erected the higher degrees, these ineffably and sublimely beautiful philosophical degrees which have come down to us from the Indian, Mazdean, and ancient Egyptian mysteries. Gill. W. Barnard says in the IMA number of the Canadian Freemason, pages 336 CFSRQ. Frequently we hear the remark that all of Freemasonry is contained in the first 3 degrees. I cannot be justly charged with partiality when I claim that all that belongs to Freemasonry is not contained in the Lodge degrees. The /Yerk and Row 3L arch degrees of the chapter, as well as those of Row 3L and Select Master, are not ONL 3 essential high Masonic in character, but are as much needed for a proper understanding of our legends and ancestries as in 3 part of the first 3 degrees. Some may say 3, and truthfully, that the Masonic portions of the degrees mentioned were taken from the 2nd and 3rd degrees, but that ought goes to prove my position. Another feature, and to me it is a much stronger argument for the usefulness of the so-called higher degrees, is that in the work of them we find an elaboration and illustration in detail of the best and strongest points contained in the Lodge work. Nothing is more Masonic than the teaching regarding the work and wages of the Mark Master, and equally so is the lesson contained in the Royal Arch, and the grand omnific Royal Arch word. Holiness to the Lord is the essence of Freemasonry. Brethren, it is true beyond a question in my experience that the Lodge's faith is strengthened, and made more useful through the lessons received by their members in chapter, council, and commandery, and the beautiful, sublime teachings of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. I have written upon this particular subject, my dear friends and brothers, in order that 3 you may thoroughly understand that if the first 3 degrees do contain the whole of Masonry, the Master Mason will never be enabled to comprehend but the rudimentary parts of any of them. In fact, he will never attain to a thorough knowledge of any one of them, until he has been initiated into the higher degrees of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, and then only will he be enabled to thoroughly appreciate the beauty of the symbolic degrees, and realize that although they do not include the whole of Masonry, they do most certainly contain the side to the sublime, profound, ineffable, chivalric, and philosophical degrees of the Scottish Rite, which most assuredly contains the whole of Masonry. Consequently, every aspiring brother who is desirous of fulfilling his first promise, to improve himself in Masonry, can never stop at the 3rd degree, because he has only been raised to Leglet and Lige so that he may be enabled to continue on to higher planes, and to a proper understanding of the profound wisdom that pertains to the higher degrees in Masonry. As he climbs, his view widens out, and his horizon expands. He will begin to realize not only the honor that has been conferred upon him, but also the duties and responsibilities that belong to all those who have been permitted to receive the glorious teachings that are embodied in the various rites and ceremonies of the higher degrees. One of the first things impressed upon the candidate will be that man should not live for himself alone. I tell yon, my dear brothers, that the cable tow, binds us all in fraternal bonds of love, uniting every Mason throughout the world universal, teaching them that by practicing the three principal tenets of the fraternity, brotherly love, virtue, and truth, we may demonstrate to the outer world that Ave not only teach, but practice morality, virtue, and are truthful in all our dealings with our fellow man. I assure you, my dear brothers and friends, that it is the bounden duty of every Mason to be a good and unselfish man, to labor for the benefit of poor struggling humanity, the advancement of his fellow man, but above all to keep yas first void high subduing gsou to anav / al passional nature and thus improve highnesscal j in a zoery. Brother Albert Pike tells us in Morals and Dogmas, page 112, be faithful to Masonry, which is to be faithful to the best interests of mankind. Labor, be precept and example, to elevate the standard of Masonic character, to enlarge its sphere of influence, to popularize its teachings, and to make all men know it for the great apostle of peace, harmony, and goodwill on earth among men, of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Masonry is useful to all men, to the learned because it affords them the opportunity of exercising their talents upon subjects eminently worthy of their attention, to the illiterate, because it offers them important instruction, to the young, because it presents them with salutary precepts, aid good examples, and accustoms them to reflect on the proper mode of living, to the man of the world, whom it furnishes with noble and useful recreation, to the traveler, whom it enables to find friends and brothers in countries where else he would be isolated and solitary, to the worthy man in misfortune, to whom it gives assistance, to the afflicted, on whom it lavishes consolation, to the charitable man, whom it enables to do more good, by uniting with those who are charitable like himself, and to all who have souls capable of appreciating its import, and of enjoying the charms of a friendship founded on the same principles of religion, morality, and philanthropy. A Freemason, therefore, should be a man of honor and of conscience, preferring his duty to everything beside, even to his life, independent in his opinions, and of good morals, submissive to the laws, devoted to humanity, to his country, to his family, kind and indulgent to his brethren, friend of all virtuous men, and reoicarat to assist his fellows by all means in his power. I referred previously to the cable tow, that binds us all in bonds of love. This investiture comes down to us from ancient India. The God Shiva of the Hindu Trinity is very often found represented in the character of a contemplative philosopher, with the Brahmanical thread around him, in which character he endeavors to teach men the necessity of subduing the animal passional nature within their own hearts. At the Upanayana or initiation, a boy was not considered worthy to receive the title Dvija, twice born, until he had been invested with the sacred thread and spiritually regenerated by the act of investiture. In fact, no Brahmin of the present day has an right to be called by any other name than Ilprakarat until he becomes initiated and invested with the Janapvita or sacred thread, then he is known as Dvija. This thread or cable of the Hindu consists of 3 strands or threads, twisted into one thread, and 3 of these, threefold strands, twisted together thus make a string or thread, of 3 times 3, or 9 strands in one. Sir William Munier informs us in his Brahmanism and Hinduism, page 378, that when a Brahmin is once invested with this hallowed symbol of second birth, the twice-born man never parts with it. In this respect he has an advantage over his Christian brother. For the latter is admitted into the church by a single ceremony performed in his infancy, and brought to his recollection by one other ceremony only, whereas the Indian twice-born man has a sacred symbol always in contact with his person, which must always be worn and its position changed during the performance of his daily religious services, constantly reminding him of his regenerate condition, and with its 3 white threads, united by a sacred knot, which they called Brainiagranthi, perpetually setting before him a typical representation of what may be called the triads of the Hindu religion. For example, it is probable that the triple form of the sacred thread symbolizes that the Supreme Being is exist. Hints, thought and joy, that he has been manifested in three forms as creator, preserver, and disintegrator of all material things, that he pervades the three worlds, earth, air, and heaven, that he has revealed his will in three principal books called the Rig, Yajur, and Samvedas, with other similar dogmas of the Hindu system in which the sacred number 3 constantly recurs. When the candidate was received into the Indian mysteries, he was compelled to make the circuit of the cavern, being conducted through the ceremonies by an expert who held him by the cable toe or sacred thread. Ever time the aspirant passed the meridian at the south, he would be taught to essay that he followed the course of the sun god, from east to west, and west to east again. In fact, all through the symbolic degrees he represented the sun, going to his death at the winter solstice, being assaulted on his journey by the three wicked autumnal signs of Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius, each one in turn attacking him on his downward path. Libra is the first to make the assault, then the deadly Scorpio inflicts a terrible stroke upon him, but it is Sagittarius who strikes the fatal blow with his quivering dart, which gives him his death and eventual lays the sun god low, for after being smitten with the fatal dart he staggers on until he falls dead at the winter solstice. Morals and Dogmas, 361, tells us that, the initiate was invested with a cord of 3 threads, so twined as to make 3 times 3, and called Zikntr. Hence comes our cable toe. It was an emblem of their triudite dash, the remembrance of whom we also preserve in the 3 chief officers of our lodges, presiding in the 3 quarters of that universe which our lodges represent, in our 3 greater, and 3 lesser lights, our 3 movable and 3 immovable jewels, and the 3 pillars that support our lodges. The Indian mysteries were celebrated in subterranean caverns and grottos hewn in the solid rock, and the initiates adored the dyed carrot, symbolized by the solar fire. The candidate long wandering in darkness, Troll wanted light, and the worship taught him was the worship of God, the source of light. Jos. E. I. Merkum informs us in the American Tyler, of September 15, 1900, that in the mysteries of India the aspirant was invested with a sacred cord or girdle, which he was commanded to ear next his skin, and be means of which his conductor might lead him through the caves of initiation. It consisted of a cord composed of 3 times 3 threads, and was said to possess the power of preserving its bearer from personal danger. Virgil says, I bind thee with 3 pieces of list, and I car thee 3 times about the altar. Pearson, without giving his authorate carat, sa 3 carat s that the word cable toe is derived from the Hebrew words kabli tu, meaning the pledge. The initiation into the ancient mysteries, occurring in temples or other places accounted holy, the aspirant was required to remove his -il ijv / 6LLJQ, UJIIF, UJXOLLI_LQ. UJ2TNMOO. Shoes that the greater humility might be shown, and also that no pollution from the world without might be carried into the sacred precincts. When the Egyptians worshipped they removed their foot covering in token of reverence. Worship the gods with your feet uncovered, is among the precepts of Pythagoras. In the Indian mysteries the aspirant was sprinkled with avatr in token of purification and then divested of his shoes. Ovid describes Medea as having arm, breast, and knee made bare, and both feet made slipshod. Dido according to Virgil, now resolute on death, having 1 foot bare, ascend the altar. Oliver quoting Tertullian says, the successful probationer for the Persian mysteries was brought into the cavern of initiation, where he was received upon the point of a sword pointed to his heart, by which he was slightly wounded. The Greeks tested the fortitude of the neophyte. Upon his reception by the infliction of wounds with a heated iron or with the point of a sword, and this he must endure without shrinking. Entrance into the Mexican mysteries was gained after the candidate had been cut with knives or seared with heated stones or iron instruments. The course of the candidate in the ancient initiations was from east to west by way of the south. He who was conducted through the caves of India was instructed to say, "I follow the course of the sun in his benevolent path," at the same time making his movements and repeating the phrase each time upon reaching the south. On solemn occasions, the Druids passed 3 times in procession about their sacred enclosures, and thrice repeated their invocations. Nothing among the ancient Britons was accounted sacred until it had been passed about in procession, according to the apparent path of the sun. Going backward, or opposite to the sun, was a Gothic method of invoking the infernal power. The sun was worshipped by the Persians, who looked upon it as the source of all light and life. They saw in its diurnal and annual motions the immortality of the soul. In their Mithraic mysteries they practiced some of the most horrible cruelties upon all those who crossed through their portals for initiation. In fact, history informs us that they actually sacrificed some of the aspirants who could not stand the terrible ordeals they had to pass through. These Mithraic mysteries were the principal of all others in Rome at the beginning of the Christian era, or during the reign of Trajan. They grew into such terrible repute on account of the horrible cruelties that were practiced during the initiatory services, that Adrianus prohibited the Elithraic rites and ceremonies in Rome during his reign. But, under that of Commodus, the Cruel, they began to grow into surprising magnificence and splendor, when the horrible cruelties and tortures were renewed and continued. In fact, the emperor himself sacrificed a victim to Mithras. These Persian mysteries were generally practiced in caves amid the most gorgeous astronomical allegories, at which times the most cruel tests were required of all who were initiated. In the Zoroastrian caves of initiation, the magnificent stellary vault above or ceiling, was adorned with a central sun surrounded by the various planets, and the zodiac was to be seen, starred in with gems and gold. Each star or planet represented the true place upon the roof or ceiling, in its relation to the central sun. The candidate in these mysteries was always received upon the point of a sharp sword that wounded his naked left breast, and caused the blood to flow freely from the wound. If he failed not, he would then be crowned with a circle of olive, and anointed with oil, his wound would be dressed, and afterwards he would be purified with fire and water, and permitted to pass through the 7 stages of evolution, in order to reach perfection. During these ceremonies he would undergo most trying ordeals and terrible trials, both mentally and physically, until he reached the topmost rung of the ladder of 7 rounds. During his ascent, or initiatory path, he would pass through the valley of death where he would see the tortures of the damned in hell. Eventually he would fall into the midst of the blessed, and be received with rejoicings by all the initiated and redeemed, who had gone before him, and who were especially assembled there to receive him on his arrival, he having passed through the valley of death to the representation of life eternal. Then the Archimagus, or Hierophant, clothed in most gorgeous vestments would receive him, and administer unto him the solemn obligation and vow that bound him to secret and obedience, after which all the various incidents of the initiatory services would be explained to him. He would be instructed in the true meaning of the legend of Anast and Ahriman and Intrusted with the meaning and nature of the one absolute, known as Ziruana Akarin. The similarity of the various rites and ceremonies of the ancient mysteries most certainly demonstrates that they all had their origin in some ancient and primitive source, and from my own personal observations and researches, in the Eastern countries, I firmly believe that they have come down to us, as I have hereinbefore stated, from India or the land of the Vedas. We also find that the 3 principal officers are always placed in the east, west, and south, and in the Indian mysteries they represented the Indian triundite Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. No matter where we force our investigations, either in India, Persia, e.g. 3PT, or any of the other Eastern countries, we shall find that the very same events have been perpetuated by the use of the same rites, ceremonies, and symbols. This clearly demonstrates that although the people who practiced those peculiar ceremonies, and taught the same grand philosophy, and believed in the same grand truths, were in many instances, widely separated one from the other, yet notwithstanding this fact, it must prove to the thinking man and mason, that it originated in some one source, and from some one people. Now I do most firmly believe that source was India, and that it ramified from therewith. Those people who migrated from that country to Persia and the valley of the Nile. Thus from the very shadows of the Himalaya mountains, the Vercarid cradle and birthplace of the Arthurian race, came the Indian, Yazdian and ancient Egyptian mysteries, of which our own beloved Scottish rite is a lineal descendant. The removal of shoes from off one's feet is customary today in Maucarid countries, more especial is thig so in Egypt, India, and other countries among the natives. This custom is as old as the Aryan race itself. It is peculiar to see the large number of shoes lying around in the gateways or entrances to the alosques of Egypt, Turkey, and also the temples of India. At some of the mosques I have visited during my travels in man of these eastern countries, I was compelled to remove my shoes before they would permit me to enter within its sacred precincts, while at others they would furnish me covering to draw on over my own shoes, which in this case, seemed to answer the same purpose as removing my own. Many of these ancient customs of the East have been preserved and handed down from generation to generation. At the same time many others have become obsolete, and a great many entirely changed in order to suit another people's ideas. The checkered pavement and tessellated border, with the star in the center, is very seldom seen upon the floor of our lodge rooms today, for it has been replaced by more gorgeous colorings, and the lessons which they taught are lost to our aspiring candidate of today, but future years will reproduce them. The Ark of the Royal Arch has come down to us from the ancient Egyptians, although we read that Moses was commanded to manufacture one, Exodus 25:10, for the express purpose of holding the offerings of the people, who gave willingly to the Lord. It was considered so sacred that it is recorded that the Lord smote, or destroyed 50,000 and 60 people of Beth Shemesh, because some of them simply looked into the ark, see Samuel 6:19. The Jews certainly regarded it as the most sacred thing belonging to them and their religion, because, they declared, that it was a token of God's covenant with his chosen people. We find that in the ancient Egyptian mysteries, and also in those of Greece, they used similar boxes that were adorned very much like the Ark of the Covenant. This was long before they knew anything at all about the Hebrew people, or what took place in the sanctum sanctorum of their temple in Jerusalem. In the early days of Egyptian history, the river Nile was the great highway for those people, and during their gorgeous ceremonial processions, when they exhibited many of their most sacred symbols, the chief among them was the image of their god or the image that represented him, placed in a bai, or boat. It was sometimes exposed to the public gaze, at other times it was hidden from view by being placed inside a box or shrine and deposited in the middle of a boat or barricade wherein was laid the bodies of the embalmed dead, that were to be ferried across the river Nile for sepulture in the Libyan hills near Thebes. These boats were represented, in the paintings of the ancient temples, artistically curved at both ends, in the center of which was placed the sacred shrine containing either the god himself or his creative organs, surrounded by the most sacred emblems of these ancient people. Now, it is on just such a model as the shrine, or chest, that the Ark of the Covenant, of the Jewish people, was constructed, and which is said to have contained the tables of the law, the pot of manna, and Aaron's budding rod. In the grand processions of these ancient Egyptians, the ark or Baal was richly decorated with most magnificent ornamentation of gold and precious gems, representing sacred emblems of the M3 and contained, as I have above stated, either the god himself or his ling/tain, or the organs of generation of Osiris, which was emblematic of the sun god Ra. This Egyptian ark, or Bart, was overshadowed by the wings of two kneeling figures of the goddess of truth, both figures wearing the feather of truth upon their heads. Now if we compare the Egyptian ark with the Hebrew, we shall find a very close resemblance. I do not wish to make all these assertions, without proof from other writers, In relation to this subject, therefore I will quote you from Brother Hewitt Brown, 32 Degrees, Stellar Theology, wherein he says, page 91-2, the ark was one of the principal features of the Egyptian mysteries. Speaking of the religious ceremonies of the ancient Egyptians, Wilkinson says, one of the most important ceremonies was the procession of the shrines, which is mentioned in the Rosetta Stone, and is frequently represented on the walls of the temples. The shrines were of two kinds, the one a sort of canopy, the other an ark, or sacred boat, which may be termed the Great Shrine. This was carried with great pomp by the priests, a certain number being selected for that duty, who supported it on their shoulders by means of long staves passing through metal rings at the side of the sledge on which it stood, who brought it into the temple, where it was placed on a stand or table, in order that the prescribed ceremonies might be performed before it. The same is said to have been the custom of the Jews in some of their religious processions, as in carrying the ark to its place, in the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, when the temple was built by Solomon, I Kings 8. See Ancient Egyptians Volume I, page 267. Some of the sacred boats, or arks, contained the emblems of life and stability, which, when the veil was drawn aside, were partly seen, and others contained the figure of the divine spirit Nef-Karat or Noi-Karat, and some presented the sacred beetle of the sun, overshadowed by the wings of the two figures of the goddess of Tliemi or truth, which calls to mind the cherubim of the Jews, Ancient Egyptians Volume I, page 270. The principal difference between the Jewish and Egyptian arks is that the Egyptian was more like a boat in shape, according to our ideas of a boat, while the Jewish ark is described as being of an oblong square form. This, however, it must be observed, was the exact form of Noah's ark, as described by the Jewish historian in Gen. 6, 14-16. The idea of a boat is, therefore, characteristic of both of these ancient emblems, as, indeed, the name ark denotes this mysterious ark or chest which figured in the mysteries of Egypt much more nearly resembled the Jewish ark in form. After Typhon had slain Osiris, he enclosed him in a chassis and cast him into the sea river Nile, thus plunging all heaven in grief and sadness. Isis, when she learned the melancholy news, refused all consolation, despoiled herself of her ornaments, cut off her tresses, robed herself in the habiliments of mourning, and wandered forth through the world. Disconsolate and sorrowful, she traveled into all countries, seeking the mysterious chest which contained the body of the lost Osiris. In the meanwhile the chest was avished ashore at 3 carat blows, and thrown into the center of a bush, which having grown up into a beautiful tree, had entirely enclosed it. At length, however, the tree was cut down by a king of that country, and used by him in the construction of a new palace. But Isis finally learned the singular fate of the chest, and her persevering love was rewarded by the possession of it. The plant which thus indirectly led to the discovery of the mutilated body of Osiris was held sacred by the Egyptians. The whole story of the death of Osiris and the finding of his body is admitted to be an astronomical allegory of the death of the sun god, slain by Typhon when the sun was in Scorpio, which was at that time on the autumnal equinox. Plutarch informs us that when the sun was in Scorpio, in the month of Athercarat, the Egyptians enclosed the body of their god, Osiris, in an ark or chesty, and during this ceremony a great annual festival was celebrated. 3 days after the priests had enclosed Osiris in the ark, they pretended to have found him again. The death of Osiris was lamented by them when the sun, in Scorpio, descended to the lower hemisphere, and, when he arose at the vernal equinox, then Osiris was said to be born anew. The use made of the ark, or sacred chest, in certain Masonic degrees, derives no one of its particulars from anything narrated in the Bible. On the contrary, it bears so striking an analogy to the ark of the Egyptian mysteries as to at once disclose the original from which it was copied. The Masonic ark, like that of the Egyptian mysteries, is lost or hidden, and after a difficult search it was at last found. The Masonic, it is true, does not, like the Egyptian one, contain the body of the slain sun god, Osiris. It does, however, contain something symbolically representing the true god, and also certain matters which, it is claimed, lead to a superior knowledge of him. The analogy is, therefore, perfect, and the astronomical allegory is strictly preserved. Albert Pike in Morals and Dogmas, page 376, says, when Isis first found the body, where it had floated ashore near Byblos, a shrub of erica or tamarisk near it had, by the virtue of the body, shot up into a tree around it, and protected it, and hence, our sprig of acacia in the mysteries, the nailing of the bod carat of Osiris upon the chest or ark was termed aphanison carat or disappearance, of the sun at the winter solstice, below the Tropic of Capricorn, and the recover of the different parts of his bod by Isis, the Euxis, or finding. The candidate went through a ceremony representing this, in all the mysteries everywhere. The main facts in the fable were the same in all countries, and the prominent deities were everywhere a male and a female. In Egypt they were Osiris and Isis, in India, Mahadeva and Bhavani, in Phoenicia, Tammuz, or Adonis, and Astarte, in Phrygia, Ates and Cybele, Persia, Mithras and Asis, in Samothrace and Greece, Dionysus or Sabazus and Rhea, in Britain, Hu and Ceridwen, and in Scandinavia, Woden and Freya, and in every instance these divinities represented the sun and moon. The mysteries of Osiris, Isis, and Horn seem to have been the model of all the other ceremonies of initiation subsequently established among the different peoples of the Old World. Those of Ates and Cybele, celebrated in Phrygia, those of Ceres and Proserpine, at Eleusis and many other places in Greece, were but copies of them. This we learn from Plutarch, Diodorus Siculus, Lactantius and other writers, and in the absence of direct testimony should necessarily infer it from the similarity of the adventures of these deities, for the ancients held that Ceres of the Greeks was the same as the Isis of the Egyptians, and Dionysus or Bacchus as Osiris. My dear brothers and friends, you will see from the above that the Ark of the ancient Egyptians, and the Ark of the Covenant of the Jewish people was very much alike, and there is no question in my mind but that the Hebrews copied their ark from that of the Egyptians, during the time that they were held in captivity or bondage by those people, for many of the pictures of the Osirian chest or ark that are to be seen upon the walls of the various temples, in the valley of the Nile, will most certainly prove to be the pattern by which the Hebrew peoples made theirs. One do not ask you, my dear brothers, to go to Egypt in order to verify this assertion. I simply ask you to look at some of the pictorial descriptions of the interior decorations of the Egyptian tombs and temples, or to refer to such a work as Kitto's Cyclopedia of Biblical Literature. Then compare the Ark of the Covenant with the Ark of Osiris, and you will most assuredly agree with me upon this subject. Now with respect to what is said to have been the contents of the Ark of the Covenant, let us consider this matter and carefully examine what it is said to have contained. See Hebrews 9 and 4. Leaving aside Aaron's budding rod, for account of which see Numbers 17th chapter, and the manna which the Lord rained down upon the children of Israel when they sighed for the flesh pots of Egypt, see Exodus I6th chapter, we will confine ourselves to the carrot book of the law and leave the rod of Aaron and the pot of manna out of our consideration. In taking up the subject of the book of the law, I feel that it will interest every Masonic student, and will prove a most interesting subject to all Royal Archmasons. Their ancient traditions, which have been preserved for so long a time within the chapter, will now have to undergo a test of investigation in order to prove the verity of the assertion, Book of the Law. But no matter if we are able to prove that it never existed, as is generally understood, the teachings that underlie the sacred symbol, will ever remain one of the grandest features pertaining to the rites and ceremonies of the Holy Royal Arch. It is not with any irreverence toward the so-called Book of the Law that I approach this subject, but it is with the most profound ven. To show you, my dear friends and companions, that it could not have been, what it is generally supposed to be, the canon of the Old Testament and the New combined, known as the Holy Bible, which is generally used in the ceremonies of the exaltation. I have inquired in many countries by what authority it is used, but could get no definite information in relation to my question. Now this book of the law that is supposed to have been found and generally used in our chapters of the Royal Arch is purely and simply the Holy Bible. I shall not enter into a long discussion upon the various translations of the Bible, or try to prove which one is the most correct, but will endeavor to find out something about the book that was lost. History informs us that after the captivity, when the Jews were rebuilding their temple under their leader Zerubbabel, and while this was going on, 3 earnest sojourners applied for and received permission to assist in the good work, and that one of the very first things that resulted from their labors was the discovery of the book of the law, which is said to have been lost since the time when Solomon lived and reigned. The book of the law, long lost, was now found, and they gave praise to the Lord, and from that time it has been preserved with other discoveries that were made at or about the same time. Now, the only place in the Bible that refers to the discovery of the book of the law is in 2 Kings 22s, where it tells us that Hilkiah, the high priest, told Shaphan, the scribe, that he had discovered the book of the law in the house of the Lord, and possibly this discovery was the origin of the book itself. There is one thing that is positively certain, and that is, the book that was found by our ancient companions did not include the New Testament with the account of the life and death of Christ, therefore we must omit that and confine ourselves strictly to the Old Testament, if we desire to find the book of the law. Now, if we are very careful in our investigations, we shall find that there is no certainty about the compilation of the various writings that compose the Old Testament, or by whom, or in what manner, or what time they were compiled. According to some of the Hebrew rabbis, Khazra was the one who began the compilation of the many historical, poetical, and prophetical writings that composed the Old Testament, but we do not consider this information as thoroughly reliable. There is one thing certain, however, and that is, the compilation was not made until after the exile. Ezra may possibly have commenced the compilation of this great work, which was, no doubt, continued by his successors, who eventually completed it, somewhere about the early part of the 2nd century B.C. In order to accomplish this great undertaking, it was necessary to write new works based upon the traditions of these people, until at last the work was finished. We now have the Old Testament, a very valuable and important collection of writings, but it is not the book for which we are looking. This compilation is not the book of the law, although it may contain it. Therefore, in order to make our search complete, and our investigation thorough, we shall have to strike out those books that were composed after the reign of Solomon, and search for the book that had been lost for so many hundred years. Consequently we will begin our elimination with Ezra, Joel, Chronicles, Nehemiah, Ecclesiastes, Daniel, Malachi and Jonah, because these works were written after the Jews had been freed from their bondage in Persia, and, in fact, long after Ezra had died and their temple had been completed. We must also throw out those beautiful poetical works, the Psalms, Lamentations, and the Song of Solomon, as well as the whole of those profound philosophical aphorisms that are contained in the book of Proverbs. We shall also have to eliminate Samuel, Ruth, Esther, Judges, Kings, Micah, Amos, Hosea, and, in fact, we are compelled to exclude the whole of the various works, or books, that go to make up the canon of the Old Testament, with the exception of the first 5 books, or the Pentateuch, which is composed of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Joshua may have been written at about the same time that the preceding works were composed, but we will leave Joshua aside, and continue our search in the Pentateuch for the long-lost book of the law. There is one thing that is positively certain, and that is, Previous to the exile, there was no Old Testament such as we have today. There was, however, a great man writings no doubt held in great veneration by the Jewish people. The first form that all these promiscuous and scattered writings assumed was the Pentateuch, or the first 5 books, compiled and bound together into one volume, which was really and truly a compendium of history and law, beginning with the creation of the universe in Exodus, and ending with the death of Moses in Deuteronomy. These 5 books have been generally ascribed to Moses, but from the general consensus of opinions of various authorities, I find that no less than 4 different people were the authors of these books. In order to converge them, and make them appear the work of one hand, the redactor was compelled to put in additions of his own writings, so as to make them appear and read as one continuous history. But if you will go over these works careful, you will easily discover where they have been pieced or connected together. After they were completed and formed into one volume, it was called and known as the Law. There are 3 distinct legal codes in the Pentateuch, and 3 et not one of them refers to either of the others, and in some cases they are contradictory. Now this fact alone would most assuredly prove that they were written by different authors. The first collection is said to have been given by God to Moses at Mount Sinai, and is known as the Book of the Covenant. See Exodus, chapter 20. For an account of the second, see Leviticus, chapter 26. The triune and last code, we find in Deuteronomy, was given to Moses on the east side of Jordan, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 44 to end of chapter, just before his death in the land of Moab, in sight of the promised land, that the Lord showed unto Moses, but into which he would not permit him to enter. See Deuteronomy 34. I do not desire to enter into a discussion upon the statement that Moses was fiat the sole author of the Pentateuch, but simply say that any companion who is in doubt upon this subject can easily veriv the answer. By searching for the proof and judging for himself from the above, we find that the Old Testament begins with the creation of the world and ends with the prophets, sometime during the 4th century BC. After the Babylonian captivity, we also find that a compilation of these writings were collated, and thus formed the canon of the Old Testament. In our search for the Book of the Law, we have been compelled to cut out nearly all the books of that sacred volume in order to discover that which had been lost. We now find ourselves with the Pentateuch, which contains 3 distinct legal codes, to which I have already referred. One of these must be the Book of the Law, for they existed long before Solomon lived and reigned, and it was no doubt one of these that was deposited in the Ark of the Covenant with the pot of manna and the budding rod. I have not gone into this subject as deeply as I would wish, but I have given you a very cursory account of my search for the Book of the Law, and thus I leave it in your hands for you to make your own deductions. There is one thing, my dear friends and companions, that I am sure that we shall agree upon, and that is, the canon of the Old Testament is not the Book of the Law. In the closing words of this chapter, I wish to call your attention to the fact that Hilkiah the high priest found and examined the book of the Levu that was long lost, but now found, which he handed to Shaphan the scribe, who also examined it too. I passed it on to the king, who exclaimed, Holiness to the Lord. I righteous pon tai ancient copyright raftsmanto ai, egateti fj host weoxti. Rail, Zbaz, daughter of the sky, dbo, born upon tbysbt and tng car by ruddy steeds from realms afar, hnd ever lightning, drawing nigh, sweetly thou smilest, goddess fair, disclosing all thy youthful grace, cby bosom, thy radiant face, hnd luster of thy golden hair, so shines a fond and winning bride. Mo robes her form in brilliant guise, hnd to her lord's admiring eyes displays her charms with conscious pride. Or virgin by her mother decked, ho, glorjane in her beauty, shows in every glance, her power she knows hill eyes to fix, all hearts subject, or actress, who, by skill in song, hnd dance, and graceful gestures light hnd many-colored vestures bright, enchants the eager, gazing throng, or maid who, want her limbs to lave in some cool stream among the woods, flow her never vulgar eye intrudes, emerges fairer from the wave, but closely by the amorous sun pursued, and vanquished in the race. Jo soon art locked in his embrace, and with him blendest into one. Paraphrased from Tly Rig Veda by Dr. Midr. Chapter XXVI. Circumcision, upon what the ancient craftsmen were obligated. The lost word. I.e. Book of the Law engaged our attention in the closing part of the preceding chapter, but I desire further to state that the canon of the Old Testament was not and could not have been in existence during the reign of either David king of Israel, or his son Solomon, and that there were only a few scattered and promiscuous writings which were no doubt held as sacred by a great man-carrot people at that time. These writings composed a histocarrot and a variety of legal codes that were considered to have been written by Moses, and were known as the Pentateuch or the Law of Moses, but which I have clearly proven were written by different people and at different times. Now, my dear brothers and friends, if there was no Bible in existence when David bought the land upon which to erect a temple to the Most High God of Israel, or when our three grand masters laid its foundation, and only a few scattered and promiscuous writings were in existence, to which I have referred, upon what were our ancient brethren obligated at the building of the house of the Lord? And long centuries before Moses received the Decalogue from God on Mount Sinai, or the Jews were a people? This is a question that has often been asked me, and Aja that I think will interest the royal craft wherever dispersed. Now, my dear freighters, we will endeavor to find the answer to that question. We know positively that those craftsmen who wrought at the building of the temple could not have been obligated upon the Bible, or the book of the law, because they did not exist at that time. Therefore, in order to find the answer to the question, we must look into the writings of those people which give us an account of the building of Solomon's temple, its dimensions, etc. From the same source we will endeavor to find some fiug pertaining to the oaths and obligations which were used at, or about the time this temple was built on Mount Moriah. There is one thing certain, and that is those people who lived at that time must have assumed obligations, and were sworn upon something which they considered to be the most sacred symbol known, upon which they took their solemn and binding obligations. In order to find what that symbol or emblem was, we will search the writings of the ancient Hebrews. One of the most sacred symbols or emblems that was known to the ancient Hebrew was the organs of generation or man's trinity. This fact is demonstrated through all the scriptures and ancient / writings of the Jewish people. We find that there is a great deal of importance placed by God upon the virile organs of man, so much so that we find in Genesis 17:2 that God informs Abraham that he would make a covenant with him and his chosen people, and the sign of the covenant was the circumcision of every male child among the Jewish people. Now God was very particular that this covenant should be kept by each and every one who belonged to the chosen few, for we find in Exodus 4:24 that God would have slain the son of Moses, if his mother Zipporah had not mutilated her child with a sharp rock. Thus we find that God, himself, looked upon the virile organs of every man among the Hebrews, to see that the covenant was kept to the very letter, thus compelling the children of Israel to keep their covenant with him. But the case of Moses' son was not an isolated one, for when the Israelites fled from out the land of Egypt and out of the house of bondage, there were a great many who had been born in the wilderness, during their long wanderings, and who had not been subjected to the knife when they had reached the required age. 3:s. The Lord knew it, and he commanded Joshua to make slurp knives and circumcise again the children of Israel the second time, together with those who had never felt the knife. Joshua, chapter 5, verses 2-5. One of the strongest proofs to me of the sacredness of the generative organs of man, is in the beginning of the 23rd chapter of Deuteronomy, where we are told that he who is wounded in those parts, or by some unfortunate accident loses his organs of generation, could not enter into the congregation of the Lord. In fact, no one of the house of Aaron allowed to minister at the altar of the Lord if his generative organs were not perfect. See Leviticus 21:20. From the above we find that the trinity of man, virile organs, was looked upon as something different from the other parts of the body, and hence was held as the most sacred symbol or emblem known to the ancient Hebrews. Such things being the case, we search and find that in the days of Abraham and Jacob, the people swore by, or upon, those organs of generation, or creative powers, for the simple reason that they considered the Trinity of man to be emblematic of God the Creator. Through all the writings of these people we find this fact demonstrated. For instance, in Genesis, chapter 24, verse 2, we find the patriarch Abraham telling the chief of all his servants to put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and swear by the Lord God of heaven to do his, Abraham's, bidding. Again we find in Genesis 47:29 that Jacob asks the same thing of Joseph, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, when he made him swear to take him out of the land of Egypt and bury him with his father, and Joseph obligated himself upon the generative organs of his father Jacob. Under the thigh, or loin, signified upon the Trinity of man, or the organs of generation. Inman, in his ancient pagan and modern Christian symbolism, tells us that under my thigh is a euphemism for the words upon the symbol of the Creator. I may point to 2 or 3 other passages in which the thigh, translated in the authorized version loins, is used phrastically, Genesis 46:26 and Exodus I:5. See Ginsburg in Kiddo.'s Biblical Cyclops Diacarat Volume IH, page 348.I/V. Oath. I have on 2 occasions read, although I failed to make a note of it, that an Arab during the Franco-Egyptian War, when accused by General Kleber of treachery, not only vehemently denied it, but when he saw himself still distrusted, he uncovered himself before the whole military staff, and swore upon his Trinity that he was guiltless. Throughout the whole of the Eastern countries, in the dim dawn of prehistoric ages, as well as at the present day, the virile organs of man, were and are held in the greatest of veneration by the different peoples of those countries. And I do most firmly believe that long before their sacred writings were in existence, the craftsmen of those ancient days were most assuredly obligated upon either his own Trinity, or the phallus, or linga stone, a symbol of the procreative forces of nature. If the candidate was not sworn upon either of the above, he would most certainly have to be obligated upon their emblem, such as the sun, a flame, a burning torch, an erect serpent, or a tree, or stone that represented the phallus or creative powers of man. Throughout the whole of India the phallic worship is still practiced, as in the days of Gautama Buddha. This peculiar worship is still going on in nearly all the temples of India, and can be witnessed and Joni in a great man of the temples, but not in all of them. I remember sitting one day at the end of the temple of Elephanta in India, trying to decipher some ancient inscriptions, when a party of young women came into the sanctuary of the god Shiva, who in this instance was represented under the symbol of the linga stone, or the generative organ. They approached it and, making their obeisance, scattered flowers before it, and pouring water, from out a chatty or small brass vessel that they carried with them, upon the stone. One of them adjusted her dress, mounted the stone, muttered a few prayers or mantras and retired, when another took her place and repeated the performance. Before the last of them had finished her devotions I came o'er it from the shadow and watched them. The carrot did not seem to heed my presence at all, but kept on chatting with one another until all had paid their devotions to the god Shiva. But I do not wish to enter into a long discussion upon the phallic worship, but simply inform you of the great veneration that is given to the creative organs in India and all those Eastern countries. They certainly believed it to be the most sacred emblem in existence, and for that reason, as well as those above stated, I believe that the ancient craftsmen were obligated upon either their own trinit carat, or its symbol, long before and after their sacred writings were known. No matter upon what the candidate was to be obligated, the right hand should always be brought in contact with the sacred symbol of the diet dash. In case that symbol was the sun, moon, star, or flowing river or something that could not be touched, the right hand would be held toward the object, with the palm forward and fingers unclosed. This mode of obligation refers to the most ancient days when the Vedas of India, the Zendavesta of the Parsis, and the rituals of the ancient TN.1 JUJLLOLLIIQSUJF15L plus or minus JZO 30XAOUJCROCC. Egyptians were not known or written. But when the Vedas, Zendavesta, rituals, Pentateuch, Quran, etc., were known and recognized as communications from the deity, they eventually took the place of those more ancient methods, although they were often used conjointly. Ford, in his Early History and Antiquities of Freemasonry, tells us at page 193, CTSCQ, an oath of secrecy was administered to all initiates, and their secret conclaves were held at certain times and places. After the candidate had been properly instructed in the elements of the craft, the old manuscripts inform us, then one of the seniors or wardens held the book or holy dome, and the initiate placing his hand upon it, took upon himself a solemn obligation to conceal all that he had previously been instructed in, and that he would endeavor to preserve the charges of a mason which were recited to him. Everything adopted for this purpose was presumed to be endowed with a high degree of holiness, and to such extreme was this conception carried, that a slave or bondman was debarred from the oath in its prescribed form. It was an almost invariable practice among the Norse nations to take the most sacred oaths with the face turned toward the rising sun, and with the hand and fingers upraised. In the Simund Edda, an oath was taken wdth the face to the southern sun. As previously stated, these obligations were assumed with the hand resting upon, or touching some material object. In nearly all cases the substance was adapted to the particular custom of a province, or was any animate or inanimate thing readily procured. Pagans swore with the hand grasping a blood-smeared ring, Christians obligated themselves /y the cross, relics of saints, by the book, missal, and bell, the latter was in consecrated use during ecclesiastic services. Ancient Scandinavians swore upon their swords, frequently by grass and trees, as appears from the following citation: Glastriotu swore a full great oath, by oak, and ash and thorn. Oaths were also attested by water, fountains, and streams, by rocks, cliffs and stones, the latter sometimes white, but the most sacred and binding obligation was made upon a blue stone altar. Ancient Northmen swore upon Thor's hammer. It was no unusual thing for persons solemnly to attest an oath by the beard, hair, and eyes, or with the hand. Upon vestments, a judicial obligation was administered by touching the judge's staff of office. And for the same reason that warriors swore by the sword, also other people, in the less exciting spheres of domestic life, used house furniture. For example, travelers grasped the wagon wheel, and horsemen their stirrups, sailors rested the hand upon the ship's railing. Operative masons or stonecutters, of the Middle Ages, perpetuated the Scandinavian custom of swearing upon common utensils, and used their tools in the solemn formality of an obligation, a usage still adhered to by the modern craft. The right hand was considered indispensable in medieval oaths, to seize or touch the consecrated object. Frequently the hand was upraised in order to bring it in contact with the material object sworn by, and at the same time kneeling, divested of hat and weapon, was an essential element in the ceremony of assuming an oath. Ancient Jews called upon the holy name in attestation of the solemnity of their obligation, with the hand placed indifferently above or beneath the thigh. But the most impressive oath taken by the Israelites, was that in and by the sacred name of Jehovah. We also find on page 171, of this same work, that the charges recited were binding upon each and every member of the Masonic fraternity, and were sworn to be observed to the utmost, under the sanction of God, the Holy Dome, and upon the book. In a note below we find a reference to the Holy Dome which reads as follows, evidently derived from a very old form of administering an oath, upon the shrine. in which the sacred relics of some martyred saint were enclosed. The chest or box in which these bones were contained was usually constructed in imitation of a small house. Hence JWLY, with direct reference to the sanctity of the relics, and Rueus, Latin for house, by gradual elision into holodomus, later holy dome. One of the most interesting subjects to me in Masonry has been the tradition of the lost word, which we are told was lost, and that a substitute word is given that is to be used until future generations shall recover the original. Now, I claim that the word was never lost, and that this word has always been in use, not onl in the first 3 degrees, but in the row 3l arch as well, where we shall find it distinctly pronounced. Therefore, in order that you may be enabled to come to a thoroughly understanding of the lost word, I will write upon this matter for your especial edification. There is an ancient Masonic legend that informs us that Enoch, under the inspirations of the Most High, built a secret temple underground, consisting of 9 vaults or arches, situated perpendicularly under each other. A triangular plate of gold, each side of which was a cubit long, and enriched with precious stones, was fixed to a stone agate of the same form. On this plate of gold was engraved the word or true name of God, and this was placed on a cubical stone, and deposited in the 9th, or Iazu est, arch. In consequence of the deluge, all knowledge of this secret temple was lost, together with the sacred and ineffable or unutterable name, for ages. The long-lost word was subsequently found in this long-forgotten subterranean temple by David, when digging the foundation for the temple afterward built by Solomon his son. Tradition informs us that once a year the high priest of the temple would perform the most solemn ceremonies and purify himself for the express purpose of pronouncing the true name, the grand omnific word, by which the sins of the children of Israel would be atoned for. This mysterious word was always spoken amid the clashing of cymbals, or a great noise made by the people, in order to drown the intonations of the grand word, when uttered by the one man of the Jewish peoples who was allowed to do so, and this man was the grand high priest himself. Long before the day of the atonement approached, the high priest would purify himself by fasting and other most solemn ceremonies that had to be performed in solitude and prayer. Everything depended upon him being pure himself, for upon this rested his power of performing the ceremonies and receiving the forgiveness of the sins of the children of Israel. If the prescribed rites and ceremonies were not conformed to, the result would bring upon the high priest instantaneous death. Consequently he would be very particular, and when all things were ready and the time had arrived, he would pass into the temple, and in solemn silence proceed into the middle chamber, the sanctum sanctorum, or Holy of Holies, where he would retire behind the veil, and stand in the divine light, the resplendent presence of the Died himself. Then and there, in and by the light of the Shekinah, he would pronounce the sacred name that had been placed there. Be divine command seest. Kings, 9:3, and by that name alone I would ask for forgiveness of the sins of the children of Israel. The Jews consider the true name of God to be irrecoverably lost by disuse, and regard its pronunciation as one of the mysteries that will be revealed at the coming of their Messiah. And they attribute its loss to the algalit of applying the Masortic points to so sacred a name, by which a knowledge of the proper vowels is forgotten. In reading this account, one would imagine that the sacred word belonged solely and exclusively to the Hebrew peoples, but in our researches we find that it also belongs to the Indian, Mazdean and ancient Egyptian mysteries, and that it originated in the land of the Vedas. The word was also found in the Phoenician Creed, as in all those of Asia, a word of God, written in starry characters, by the planetary divinities and communicated by the demigods, as a profound mystery, to the higher classes of the human race, to be communicated them to mankind and created the world. The faith of the Phoenicians was an emanation from that ancient worship of the stars, which is the creed of Zoroaster alone, and is connected with the faith in one God. Light and fire are the most important agents in the Phoenician faith. There is a race of children of the light. They adored the heaven with its lights, deeming it the supreme God. The mysteries among the Chinese and Japanese came from India, and were founded on the same principle, and with similar rites. The word given to the new initiate was Oniitufo, in which we recognize the Au of the ancient Hindu, which represented their trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The Code of Man, Book 2, 265 states that, the primitive holy syllable, composed of 3 letters, in which the Vedic triad is comprised, is to be kept secret as another triple Veda, he/Yho. Knows the mystic value of this syllable, knows the Veda. Albert Pike in Morals and Dogmas, pp. 584, says that, Atham or Athamri, was the chief and oldest supreme god of Upper Eg 3 pt, worshipped at Thebes, the same as the O-M or A-U-M of the Hindi, whose name was impronounceable, and who, like the Brahm of the latter people, was the being that was and is to come, the great God, the great omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent one, the greatest in the universe, the Lord, whose emblem was a perfect sphere, showing pylon of temple, Karnak. That he was first, last, midst, and without end, superior to all nature gods, and all personifications of powers, element, and luminaries, symbolized by light, the principle of life. Au-M is the profound salutation of the Aryan adept, son of the 5th race, who always begins and ends his devotional concentrations, or appeals to non-human presences with this triliteral word, which represents the forever concealed primeval triune differentiation, not from, but / the one absolute, and is therefore symbolized by the tetractys, or the 4, thus, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10, which was the symbol of the cosmos, as containing within itself, the point, the line, the superficies, the solid, in other words, the essentials of all forms. Its mystical representation is the point within the triangle. The decad, or perfect number, is contained in the 4 as above stated. O.M. Mani murmurs the Turanian adept, the descendant of the 4th race, and after pausing he adds Padmi hum. This famous invocation is very erroneously translated, by the Orientalists, as meaning, O the jewel in the lotus, for although literally, O.M. is a syllable sacred to the deity, Padmi means in the lotus, and Manx is any precious stone. Still, neither the words themselves, nor their symbolical meaning are thus really correctly rendered. In this, the most sacred of Eastern formulas, not only has every syllable a secret potency, producing a definite result, but the whole invocation has 7 different meanings, and can produce 7 distinct results, each of which may differ from the other. The 7 meanings and the 7 results depend upon the intonation which is given to the whole formula, and to each of its syllables, and even the numerical value of the letters is added to or diminished, according as such or another rhythm is made use of. Let the student remember that number underlies form, and number guides sound, and that number lies at the root of the manifested universe. The mystic sentence, Om Mani Padme Hum .. when rightly understood, instead of being composed of the almost meaningless words, O, the jewel in the lotus, contains a reference to the indissoluble union between man and the universe, rendered in 7 different ways and having the capability of 7 different applications, to as many planes of thought and action. From whatever aspect we examine it, it means, I am that I am in thee, and thou art in me, or esoterically, O, my God within me. For there is, most certainly, a God in each human being, for man was and will re-become God. The sentence points to the indissoluble union between man and the universe. For the lotus is the universal symbol of cosmos as the absolute totality, and the jewel is spiritual man or God. To the student who would delve into the JT Das and study the esoteric sciences with double object, A, of proving man to be identical in spiritual, and physical essence with both the absolute principle, and with God in nature, and d. of demonstrating the presence in him of the same potential powers as exist in the creative forces in nature to such an one a perfect knowledge of the correspondences between colors, sounds, and numbers is the erst requisite. As already said, the sacred formula of the Far East, Om Mani Padme Hut Hun Karat, is the one best calculated to make these correspondential qualities and functions clear to the learned. The Veda seems nonsensical to us, only so far as we do not understand and read it aright. It is the oldest monument of human thought, the most venerable record in the world, and if it contains, as I think it does, those philosophical ideas that are reproduced and developed in our philosophy and religion, then it is the most interesting monument of human thought. We owe to / and the Zendavesta, and not to the Hebrew books, all our philosophical ideas about God, the immortality of the soul, and the Trinity, and the doctrines taught by St. John and St. Paul. And Masonry owes to them her symbols and the doctrines of which these are the symbols, as I have explained before. The sacred monosyllable is unquestionably concealed in certain symbolic words in Freemasonry, and Aryan migrations and victories, no doubt, made it known to the sages all over the Orient. It is for this reason that I have gone into the subject, so that you, my dear brothers and friends, may gain more light on the so-called lost word. There is no question in my mind, but the real word belonged to the Aryan race, long centuries before it was separated into the Iran and Indo-Aryan branches, who originally formed the one great Aryan people. And the Irano-Aryan branchly carried away with them the esoteric knowledge that was common to both. Thus we find it in the Agni Karatishas, Mitra of the fire worshippers, as their god and his manifestations of which we shall speak later on. Brother J. D. Buck, 32 degrees, states in his M3 Stick Masonry, page 244, ETSEQ, in the Tetragrammaton, or four-lettered name of the deity, the Greek followers of Pythagoras found a Gl by which they both expressed and concealed their philosophy, and it is the Hebrew tetrad ihvh or yod, he, van, he, that is introduced into Masonry with the Pythagorean art speech. The devout Hebrew, in reading the sacred text, when he came to the sacred tetrad ihvh, substituted the word Adonai, Lord, and if the word was written with the points of Alhim, he called it Elohani. This custom is preserved in Masonry by giving the candidate a substitute for the master's word. The Hebrew tetrad, Yod, he, Va, he, is produced by repeating the he. The root word is a triad, and the quaternary is undoubtedly a blind. The sacred word is found in the mysteries as a binary carat, a trinary, and a quaternary, as with the Hindus we have the Om and the Azini, indicating different methods of pronouncing the sacred name. The Pythagorean tetrach 3s is represented by numbers, I, 2, 3, 4 equals 10, and by points or yods in the form of a triangle. This is called the lesser tetractys, while a triangle composed of 8 rows in the same form and containing 36 yods, or points, is called the greater tetractys. This corresponds to the 3 lesser lights, and the 3 greater lights of the Blue Lodge, though the monitorial explanations in the Lodge are, to say the least, incomplete. In the Pythagorean philosophy both the lesser and the greater tetractys are represented by equilateral triangles, and the points, in either case, form the angles of a series of lesser triangles. In the lesser tetractys these triangles are altogether 9, or 3 times 3. In the greater they count 4j-9, or 7 times 7, and in each case the series runs from the apex to the base, I, 3, 5, for the lesser, and I, 3, 15, 7, 9, 2, 13 for the greater tetractys, or by a series of odd numbers, while the points before the triangles are formed, run consecutively, I, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These symbols were thus used as odd and even to carry a philosophical meaning and to illustrate the doctrine of emanation. A great many Masons are under the impression that the sacred Tetragrammaton, the four-lettered name of the Hebrew God, generally pronounced Jehovah/I, to be the true word, but in that they are greatly mistaken, for the grand omnific word existed long before the Hebrews were a people. Now if the long-lost word was really and truly a word, it could be just as well concealed in the name of the Hebrew deity, as in any other. But the word we are searching for belongs to the ancient s, when the Aryan race separated into the Indo and Irano-Aryans, and the J-word belonged to both, and we find that it was carried away by the great ancestors of the Persian Magi. At the same time it was retained by the ancient Brahmans in India, and although we may not know the true pronunciation of the word, we do most certainly believe that its symbol is a Brother Buck says that, the Hebrews seem to have derived their tetractys from the Chaldo-Egyptian mysteries, and these may be traced to the Zoroastrian fire philosophy, till finally the word is a In both Persian or Zend and in Sanskrit, these three letters are found in many names that designate fire, flame, spirit, essence, etc. This again is glyphic form of expression. Every emanation is a trinity, and fire, flame, and light are the most perfect synthesis of this triunity. Consider the expressions, the Lord is a consuming fire, since God is light, and never but in unapproached light dwelt from eternity, etc. The symbol is found in all scriptures, but onl in the mysteries was the meaning thus symbolized made known. Here, then, is the origin of all the trinities found in Masonry the plainest of which are the trinities of light, and the most superficial explanations are found connected with the three lesser lights of the lodge. Brother Albert Pike, quoting from the sacred writings of the Far East says, "He who knows the stick value of the syllable knows the names of which it is the sign and hieroglyph JPH and the doctrine which these names express and teach, knows the Vedas. For they are the expression of those thoughts, and are comprised in the Trinity of which the word is the sign and representation. The word is the three names. It, a is the Trinity, as Ahura is the deity. And this Trinity is the essence of the three Vedas, that which has expressed itself in them. And whose outflowings as thoglets they are. It was the Vedas, before they were uttered, and when they existed in it as thoughts unuttered. And that it is the essence of all speech and words, means that it is the divine intellect, of which all human intellects are rays, and all speech and words the utterance of these intellects. Triliteral words are supposed to have originated with the birth of the Aryan race, and to that end I have delved into the ancient writing of many peoples, in order to verify that statement. I soon began to realize that the word uim is the oldest and most sacred word known to man, and I firmly believe that it came down to us from a language that antedates all others known to us today. I further believe the source from which it emanated to have been the lost continent of Atlantis. Donald tells us in his Atlantis that modern civilization is Atlantean. Without the thousands of years of development which were had in Atlantis, modern civilization could not have existed. The inventive faculty of the present age is taking up the great delegated work of creation where Atlantis left it thousands of years ago. Our very learned brother, Albert Pike, also states, that the word is the oldest sacred and ineffable word, only to be lettered, of which we have an hint in history or etymology, that it belonged to a language older than any now known to us by any monumental records, and of which the Sanskrit, Zend, Persian, Arabic, Phoenician, Egyptian, Assyrian, and Hebrew were but dialects, that it was a sacred word in the Paropamisus, a ridge of mountains at the north of India, called the Stony Girdle or Indian Caucasus. The author, or Tartar JB3 on the Himalayas, before the emigrations into southern Hindustan, Persia, e.g. 3 PT or Chaldea, by which the Aryan race flowed forth from their northern homes, and that, by these and other successive emigrations, it was conveyed everywhere with the mysteries. In the Punjab, The oldest Vedic hymns were composed, and being compiled with some later ones, thousands of 3 years afterwards, became the Rig Veda, in 10 parts or books called mandalas. After most of these had been composed, the Indo-Aryans occupied the Ganges country conquering the dark-skinned native tribes as they advanced, until they reached the Indian Ocean, and, in the meantime, the Brahmanic religion grew up among them, and the Veda, wholly misunderstood, became the source or cause of 1,000 monstrously absurd legends and grave superstitions. Even now, the Brahmanic commentators only for the most part mistranslate and misinterpret the Veda, and not one among them, nor a single European commentator knows what many of the texts mean, nor what any of the Vedic deities, except 3 or 4 unmistakable ones, really were. Hundreds of texts are a perfect enigma yet, to all of them. Hundreds more they all misunderstand. As to the word Om, there is not a Brahmin in the world, nor a scholar or commentator in Europe or America, that knows its real origin or what it meant and means. The word is the original of Amen. Now Amen is not a Hebrew term, but, like the word Hallelujah, was borrowed by the Jews, and Greeks from the Chaldeans. The latter word is often found repeated in certain magical inscriptions upon cups and urns among the Babylonian and Ninevian relics. Amen does not mean, happy face, so be 2 or r//j, but signified in the hoary antiquity of prehistoric ages almost the same as a vm. The Jewish Tanani, initiate, used it for the same reason as the Aryan adepts use a and with a like success. The numerical value of amen in Hebrew letters being 9 at J1, the same as the full value of YHVH, 26, and ADONAY, 65, or taken together, 91. Both words mean the affirmation of the being, or existence, of the sexless Lord within us. The Yod He Van He, YHVH, or male-female on the terrestrial plane, as invented by the Jews, and now made out to IWEN and Jehovah, but which signifies in reality and literally giving being and receiving life. The secret doctrine tells us that esoteric science teaches that every sound in the visible world awakens its corresponding sound in the invisible realms, and arouses to action some force or other on the occult side of nature. Moreover, every sound corresponds to a color, and a number, a potency spiritual, psychic, or physical, and to a sensation on some plane. All these find an echo in every one of the so far developed elements, and even on the terrestrial plane, in the lives that swarm in the terrene atmosphere, thus prompting them to action. Brother Albert Pike informs us that this M3 stick word was perpetuated among the Hebrews, for those who understood, by the word Amen. Or einen for ages meaningless to all men, and all explanations of which hitherto have been absurdities, at first intentionally so, though it is identically the name of the Egyptian mediator god, the Lamb of God, or ram-headed deity, Amun. In Buddha or Krishna the mysterious child, new incarnation of the divine creative wisdom, the first begotten, the first emanation, the Logos, or Word, were the 3 persons of the Trimurti or Indian deity, and each was the sacred mysterious never to be spoken Om, symbolized by the palm tree and the phoenix. The same word is also found in the Greek Ompha and Omphalos, and in the Hebrew word Amual, which we absurdly read Emmanuel or Emmanuel. Bacchus, too, was called Omadion. In the sign of the planet Merca, representative of Hermes Trismegistos and of Chaim, the mediator of the Trinity of Shlamath, or wisdom, the divine intellect. Come the monarch, or the divine power, and himself, we find the 3 persons of the Oriental Trinity, in the circle, the crescent, and the cross, 2, the circle representing the divine generative energy, the crescent the productive capacity and the cross the uttered universe. A-U-M or O-M is emphatically called, by the Brahmins, the monosyllable I. A-M Saj S Krishna, in the gliita carat of things transient, the beginning, the middle and the end, am. The monosyllable among words. A Brahmin, says Manu, beginning and ending a lecture on the Veda, must always pronounce to himself the sjailable om. This word was only permitted to be pronounced by the letters, for its pronunciation as one word was said to make earth tremble, and even the angels of heaven to quake for fear. It was not the word that contained the secret meaning, but the separate letters of the word, as in the case with the Hebrew word gl, a, which is the initials of 4 words that compose a phrase, and with carat dn, co-carat n post of the initials of the names of the 4 worlds, Atziluth, Braya, Yetzirah, and Asia. The A and the O were the good and the evil principle of the Median Magi of Zoroaster, and Manes, the light, and the shadow or darkness. Also the carat represented the ideal energy and female productive capacity, whence, in the Kabbalah, the Sephirah Beni Goodnighty is represented as male, and the Sephirah Severity as female. Hence, also, we find them, and the whole V sacred word, in the Latin verb amo, I love. As in the name of the great Egyptian god Atham, and in the Median and Persian Ormuzd, Ahriman, and Mitraz. Sir Munir Williams informs us in his Brahmanism and Hinduism that this most sacred of all Hindu utterances, made up of the 3 letters A, and symbolical of the triple manifestation of the Supreme Being in the Trimurti or Triad of gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, is constantly repeated. It is as sacred as the name Jehovah with the Jews, but not too sacred for utterance. Manu describes it as a monosyllable, imperishable, and eternal as the Supreme Being himself. After Om comes the utterance of the names of the 3 worlds, earth, Bur, atmosphere, Bhava, heaven, Svar, to which are often added the 4 higher heavens, Maha, Janab, Tapa, and Satya. The utterances of these 7 names called the 7 Vyaritas preceded in each case by the syllable Om, is an act of homage to all the beings inhabiting the 7 worlds. It is supposed to induce purity of thought, and to prepare the worshipper for offering up his first prayer. The Bactrian king Zarathustra, golden splendor, was called by the Greeks Zoroaster. He revived the ancient Relioion of Ahura Mazda and developed an extinct civilization that had existed thousands of years before Zarathustra was born. This hoary civilization existed on the plateau of Iran, that extends from the valley of the Indus to the valley of the Euphrates on its western boundary, and the whole surrounded by vast mountain ranges. It derived its name Iran from the original name of the race Aran who first settled upon that high table land, that is located between the Hindu Kush and river Oxus. This location may be said to be the cradle of the religion of both the Medes and Persians, and also the birthplace of Zarathustra himself. The date of this extinct civilization is lost in the hoary ages of antiquity, and like the birth of this celebrated adept, king and reformer, it is very difficult to find the exact date. Our revered brother, Albert Pike, in his Filiation of Ideas, tells us that Aristoteles and Eudoxus, according to Plinius, place Zarathustra 6,000 years before the death of Plato, Hermippus 5,000 years before the Trojan War. Plato died 348 BC, so that the 2 dates substantially agree, making the date of Zarathustra 6,300, or 6,350 years before our era. Baron Bunsen, whose faith as a Christian is unimpeachable, assigns a date several thousand years earlier than that, to the first Aryan emigration, while he assigns to the legendary Egyptian king Menes only the date of 3645 BC. It is certain that Zarathustra lived in Bactria, and that ages passed before the Iranian race had so increased as to have emigrated to and conquered in succession Margiana, Parthia, Media, and Persia, and to have become the great and wealthy and luxurious people over whom Kurush, Cyrus, and Darius, reigned. Ahura Mazda was, to Zarathustra, precisely what God is to us, a spirit, in the vagueness of that word, a power, force, and person, yet not cognizable by the intellect, and of whom no definition could be attempted. He was the Father, in the sense in which the equivalent of that word was then used. Fire being his son, he was father of the fire, i.e., its source and producer, the substance from which it flowed forth, the source of his emanations. Udti, space, was mother of the planets, because in it their being began. Daksh, strength, was father of the fire, because it caused the friction that produced the fire from the wood, as Rudra, the potency of fire which causes rarefaction. And ascension, and movements in the air, was father of the winds. Zarathustra's Avesta, the law, or the Zendavesta, comment on the law, embodies a great deal that had been written in the early language of the ancient Persians, consequently it is of the greatest importance to all those philologists who are desirous of comparing the various early Aryan tongues. The ethics and religious teachings of these ancient people are also of the greatest importance, especially to those who are interested in the religion of the oldest inhabitants of Iran or ancient Persia. The language in which the Zendavesta was originally written, from all we can learn, was with the arrowhead, or wedge-shaped cuneiform letters like those that are still to be found carved upon the rocks in Persia, where they are to be seen today, perfectly legible, although they have been forgotten for more than 2,000 years. They have remained there perfectly unintelligible, until our scholars and students have discovered their real meaning, consequently we are enabled to interpret and understand the dead language of these people, just as we are enabled to decipher and comprehend the meaning of the hieroglyphics that belonged to the ancient Egyptians. Thus we are enabled to compare Zarathustra's system of theology. Ahura Mazda or Ormuzd was worshipped as the wise and good principle that dominated the Koros, and he is always represented by fire, light, or the sun, which was called by these ancient people the son of Ahura Mazda, who was himself the supreme deity of the followers of Zarathustra. Albert Pike says that Ahura Mazda, the light radiance, was the supreme god, the god of gods, source, origin, creator, father of all, the light, his manifestations and outshining, the celestial luminaries his creatures through and by which produced from him, he revealed himself, his self as light essence. Pantamenu, was his intellect self, God as intelligence or mind, the divine intellect, considered as a person but immanent in the deity. And Vohumano mind being intellect with outward being, the divine intellect, Pantamane U, revealed, and acting in the universe was the utterance, effluence, emanation, outflowing of the divine wisdom. The Logos or W word of Plato, St. John and the Gnostics. Vohumano reveals himself in every Aryan intellect. All good thought, all true intelligence is Vohumano inspiring humanity and revealing himself in it. The mantras, or prayers, hymns, and all good and righteous words, the Vedas and Gathas, are his deeds, his utterances, his words and speech. Let me quote you a few lines from the Avesta so that you may better understand the teachings. I celebrate the glorious Ormuzd, the greatest and best, all perfect, all powerful, all wise, all beautiful, all pure, sole source of true knowledge, and real happiness, him who hath created us. Him who hath formed us, him who sustains us, the wisest of all intelligences. Zoroaster asked, what was the word existing before the heaven, the water, the earth, before fire the son of Ormuzd, the sun, before the whole existing world, before every good thing created by Ormuzd? Then answered Ormuzd, it was the all of the word creator, most holy Zoroaster, and he in the existing world who remembers the all of the word creator, or utters it Ibhen remembered or segients it when uttered or celebrates it Ulik enchanted his soul will I thrice lead across the bridge to a better world, a better existence, better truth, better days. Thus we find that a sacred trilateral word or monosyllable existed among all the ancient people of the earth, and in the Indian, Mazdain, Egyptian, Hebrew and others we have most assuredly shown it to you. For in the Indian we find it hidden in the names of the triune deity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. In the Mazdeen we find the sacred word concealed in Ahura Mazda, Pentamenu, and Vohumano, and also in Agni fire, Ushas the dawn, and Mitra, the morning star. In the names of the ancient Egyptian deities we find it hidden in Atham, Aman, or Kemamun. And in the Hebrew we are enabled to recognize it in Adam, Kuram, as well as in the Greek, Ompha and Omphalos. In the teachings of our fraternity we find the sacred word or monosyllable hidden in the so-called Hebrew names of the three wicked ones Jebel-Flo, Jebel-Phi, Jebeluz, but as these names were most assuredly not Hebrew they were invented for the express purpose of concealing the sacred word, and what makes it doubly sure, is that it is also given in the substitute word itself, and as we climb the ascending ladder, we find it again, but this time vibrating under the living arch. Albert Pike informs us that, the Mason, in his lodge, surrounded by the venerable symbols of the Orient, sits, symbolical carrot, in the center of the universe, and in the immediate presence of the deity who made and rules it. He has been robbed, it is true, of that great symbol, the Master Mason's word, while those whose predecessors took it, dispute among themselves what it is, and he has received in lieu of it an a substitute, which he may have been told means, marrow in the bones, or, what? Is this the builder? And which having no symbolic meaning to him, and no sanctity, is valueless. But the great triads remain, and he may, with their aid, recover the lost word. Each of these is a symbol of the deity, and before each he should bow in silent adoration, for they have come to him from a past that had ended before history began. The Master is Hermes, the divine word, utterance and revelation of the divine wisdom. The senior warden represents the divine omnipotence, and the junior wardu the harmony and beauty that are the result of the equilibrium of infinite wisdom and infinite power. I have often told you in the early pages of this work, in speaking of the esoteric teachings of Masonry, that every Z-word and symbol contains a most profound meaning, and every tradition and allegory embodies far more than is dreamed of by those who have not seen the light. Therefore, in order to thoroughly comprehend what the words, symbols, traditions, etc. signify, we must give them our most profound attention, ever remembering that the symbol must not be taken for the things shmibalized. We are told in the Sahar 3, page 152 FSRT/ that, we must believe that every word of the doctrine contains in it a loftier sense, and a higher stir. 77/R narratives of the doctriaire arc its cloak. Woe unto him who takes the covering for the doctrine itself. The simple look. 0. Ili at the Garmoid, that is, Ipin the legends of the doctrine. They know no more. The adepts, on the contrary, see not the cloak alone, but that ivheek gt/ie cloak covers ever word thurids in itself a profound meaning. Every li orinel contains more t/e in the of what Zashich it seems to recite. This H0I3 and profound doctrine is the true doctrine. And right here, my dear brothers, let me tell you that, he who thoroughly understands the holy doctrine, knows the ROY.AL secret. Albert Pike, in his readings, tells us that there are, perhaps, few thinking Masons to whom it has not seemed strange that the true word, promised to every Master Mason, is not given to every one. But only a substitute that is not an approximation to the lost word, but a mere trivial, ordinary password not even alluding to the deity. The Royal X/Berkeley American degree, is a modern invention. It perpetuates the triangle, derived from the degree as known in England, and places on the sides of it the word ya, bel, and on, in some regions. Modified into or replaced by jihabuluim, or j.a.bulaj. The t-e words first mentioned are, in the Hebrew, h-I2, and jx or px, two of which only, at the most, are triliteral, and the whole do not make 3 times 3. I doubt if they are not a modern substitution by mere guess, for jabulum or jihabulum, a word said to be inscribed on one of the 9 arches, and the name of an oflo and ser of the Lodge of Perfection. It is true, what is generally understood to be the word of a master mason, was at one time given in the master's degree, but not as found amid or under the ruins, at the rebuilding of the temple. Everything that relates to that rebuilding has a concealed reference to the destruction and hoped for revival of the order of the temple. What is most worth knowing in masonry is never very openly taught. The symbols are displayed, but they are mute. It is by hints only, and those the least noticeable and apparently insignificant, that the initiate is put upon the track of the hidden secret. Word seemingly used at random, and as it were by chance, long escapes notice, and at last attracts the attention of some inquiring mind, and gives the clue that leads to new discoveries. Many of these, by the manipulations of improvers of the work, and audacious mediocrity, like that of Preston and Webb, have disappeared forever, and meaningless trivialities have taken their places. Some remain, proofs of the great antiquity of masonry, much more convincing than all the babble of those whose business is to invent, and pervert, and not discover. Masonry tortured out of shape by these interpreters, no longer secret, and the holy doctrine is no longer the sanctum regnani or holy empire, and its ceremonies become trivial and puerile. No greater insults have ever been offered to the human understanding than most commentaries upon the blue degrees. Every brother will have to find the proper definition of the Master's word for himself, just as he will have to discover the true meaning of Solomon's temple, the holy doctrine, or the royal secret. All those who have passed through our portals and received the light, will no doubt speculate upon the lost word, but unless either he or they are students of our symbology, they will never believe that it lies concealed in the third degree. Consequently they will never recognize the key to it, or the triliteral word that composes it. But if by deep thought and earnest study they discover this long-lost syllable, it will have no very great signification to them. In fact, they would hardly believe that it was the long-lost word of which they have the substitute. Yet if they examine very studiously, they will find that it has been carefully hidden in the substitute word itself. After either he or they have discovered the word, it will have no peculiar meaning to them, because they do not know that every letter in the alphabet, whether divided into 3, 4, or 7 septuaries, or 49 letters, has its own color or shade of color. But let me assure you, that he who has learned the colors of the letters of the alphabet, and the corresponding numbers of the 7 and the 49 colors and shades, on the scale of planes and forces, and knows their respective order in the 7 planes, will easily master the art of bringing them into affinity or interplay. No matter where we search for the long-lost word, it takes us back to the language used by the great ancestors of our race, the Indo-Aryan, and although its true meaning has been lost to the fraternity in general, yet I firmly believe that it is known and understood, and that it is still pronounced by some of the descendants of the ancient Hindus and Brahmins whose lives have, like their ancestors, been devoted to the upbuilding of the human race. No matter where we force our investigations, we shall most assuredly go back to the of the land of the Vedas. Brother Buck informs us in Mystic Masonry, the legend of the lost word and the potency of the ineffable name are inseparable. They are the glyphics of paradise lost, and paradise regained, or of the fall and the redemption of man. So also is the legend of rebuilding the temple, a glyphic of initiation, which is the same as regeneration and evolution. This ancient wisdom belongs in a special sense to Masonry, for it has done most of any organization of modern times to preserve the ancient landmarks, and has honored and protected the sacred symbols. If Masonry has made only a superficial use of these hoary secrets, and their deeper meaning is still unknown to the craft, it is equally unknown to all others, except as the result of genuine initiation. One may know that a thing exists, where it is to be found, and that it is above all price, without knowing, to the last analysis, what it is. Such is the secret to the lost word, or the ineffable name. Its secret lies in exact vibrations under mathematical and synchronous relations, and its law is equilibrium, or eternal harmony. Beginning with our Blue Lodge degrees we shall find this triliteral word, as I have before said, in the names of the three wicked ones Jubal asterisk, Juba caret, and Jubala slash, which forms the sacred monosyllable, and upon close investigation of these names we will most assuredly discover, that they are mere inventions, wherein to conceal the sacred word from all those who were not ready to receive it, and yet to preserve it for future ages, when it could be given back again to be used instead of its substitute, although, as I have previously stated, a careful search in that word itself will reveal to us its presence. In fact, when a companion mason is preparing for work, among the ancient symbols of the hoary ages of a prehistoric civilization, and amid the ruins of the temple, to search for the long lost word, he will hear it as agreed, in unity, under the living arch, when if he be a student he will stand bewildered and perplexed, unable to hardly understand what he hears, and yet he will know that there is a far more sacred meaning to it than is generally understood by the great majority, and he will intuition ally know that the lost is not a word, but a sound /m. Dear brethren of the MJ caret stick tie, the night is waning fast, our work is done, our feast is o'er, this song must be our last, good night, the farewell cry. Repeat the parting strain, happy to meet, sorry to part, happy to meet again. Final toast. PAO2 Abraham 49 carat Abu Gurga and vicinity 423 to 424 absolute, attributes assigned to is the unmanifested 194 definition of, by Paracelsus. 194 Abydos, ruins of 477 description of 478 necropolis of 480 Acropolis 3 Adonis 75 carat Skillas 328 Age of Steel 51 agricultural land divided into 149. Albert Nyanza 77 Alcestos crucified 33 Zandria when founded 3 when captured 3 description of 3 donkey boys of 4 Grand Square 5 libraries 7 harbors of 10 my first visit to 4 population of 12 temperature of 20 Masonic lodges in 21 catacombs in 11 average rainfall 16 Allahabad 494. Incident on my way to 495 altruism 493-494-498 Amasis, partial to Greeks 32 story of 33 was a wise king 34 issued his famous edict 43 Amazon River 76 Amen Ra 45 Amenti or Hades 63 Lord of B4 Pagb Osiris Judge in